Okay, we is streaming. Let's see if this is working. We need to do that by going over to the live stream and seeing if there's a connection. The first thing that I do is, of course, close all unnecessary windows. And then we see if the live stream connects through analytics. Okay, it says we have an excellent connection. Now that means I check into the home page of the channel and see if we're showing up. We click that on board. We hear a little echo of myself, and that's good. Everybody hit that upvote. Above all else, hit that upvote. Okay, and we are now going to take a look at the call or the inbox and see if we have a okay, here, let's take a look at this. Inbox should have a notification that we're on. I guess we're going to look at that soon enough, or see that soon enough, hopefully. All right, we go to the infinite call now, and we press a button, and hopefully bring on Aristides within the first minute of the opening hour. Okay, Aristides, second minute of the opening hour, today. Let's see if Amy Como responds, dear girl. Here we are, Aristides. Good man. All right, my main man. How are we? Ready to do that blurb, or?
We are okay. All right.
That sounds it sounds like there might be some qualifications there.
There always are, but
yes.
as long as we're here and we're okay, and
yes,
keep going.
Yes.
Yeah.
How
are you?
Okay, I guess.
Oh yeah, that sounds good.
Well, it's been extraordinarily busy, and of course, I want to thank T-Tank Berry for his latest contribution through the mail slot. I'm going to thank him along with everybody else who's made contributions soon as we get into it. But right now, let's have you do your bit if you're ready. Otherwise, if you want me to hold the stage for you for a little bit.
I don't have anything especially going on, so let's try to do that.
Okay, great. And by all means, take it away.
All right. I just sat down here, hit the thumbs up, the like, which you'll see, of course, right below the window. You should do that instinctively as soon as you arrive, and then listen to us talk about all these other things. But you may notice, if you've never tried to like before, it doesn't work. You do have to be logged into YouTube. So create a log in if you have one, use a Gmail, that just works with no extra work because it's the same tech overlord there for both. So Gmail works to log in, as far as I know. I use Gmail. So once you do that, you can subscribe if you haven't. If you see a subscribe button, hit that. If you don't see one and you think you subscribed in the past, perhaps you are, you can check that at Doug's main channel page. Don't just straight click on the blue link name right now. It'll take you out of the window, but if you right click it or go check it later, you'll see your subscription status there on the front page of his channel, youtube.com/@DouglasDietrich. Not hard to remember. There, and you'll see whether it says subscribed, and you'll see a little bell. That bell should be under the program window no matter what. That's the notification bell. And if you click that, you can turn that on, and then you can even set it for all, which we advise. It'll notify you with a little pop-up every time there is a transmission live. That's very handy. Nothing to remember, nothing to do, just click. So do turn that on. And what else can you do being logged in there? You can try all the buttons, all the fun buttons besides the thumbs down, because only assholes click that. And that's why you have to click the thumbs up to offset that, keep the algorithm on the up and up. It's not just a show of support; it actually influences some algorithm that dictates how likely Douglas is to reach people in search results and suggested content areas, etc. In fact, if you look under your little menu up in the corner, your little account menu, you can create a little cute little avatar of some kind or something, or maybe it just says your initials. That's your account. Most apps or programs call them apps. It took me a while to get used to calling things on a computer apps, because they were programs.
Yeah. So have they redefined
Anyway, no matter what you're on, what's that?
They've redefined that term then?
I think they tried to just make it all across the board.
Okay.
Because a phone, I saw, it was apps, but then, they were on a computer, they were always programs. Anyway, no matter what you're on, there's what software, most things have a little menu up in the corner. So does YouTube. There you can click into your little account settings menu. There, you see things as switch account, which actually you can either switch if you have multiple Gmails or logins, or underneath the same account, you can make channels. I know, that sounds like, well, why would I want to do that? Well, you don't have to publish anything on those channels, but you can just make dummy channels. But the cool thing is, channels that you make can do separate upvoting of their own, and you don't have to do a whole different login. You can just switch between little channels there. People would normally use them to publish different types of content, I suppose. So you could vote more than once here, right? In our democracy.
Yes,
the greater democracy.
It's Dietrich democracy, which is better.
Yeah, the Dietrichocracy.
Yeah, Dietrichocracy.
Greater democracy is another issue, and I'm sure Doug will get to that tonight.
Yes.
Yeah, so you can vote more than once. I just voted twice myself. Try to remember to switch back to your main account that you want to normally use or chat with to participate in the chat. That's always welcome. While you're in there, check the thing that says restricted mode. Make sure it says off. That is, if you're an adult, and you feel safe taking in content of adult nature, which we think if you hang around here more than about 5 or 10 minutes, you're probably good with that. So make sure that is off, though, because that could restrict some of the shows after the fact get labeled due to automatic screening at the least as age restricted. So that can restrict your ability to see that if that somehow is turned on. It would normally be, what I don't know what the heck is it. It's there. What do you you turn that on and then you punch your kid down? It's but the kid is too young to figure out how to open the menu and switch that back. But they probably can. There's I don't know what age ranges the kid figures it out faster than the adult, but that happens, I'm sure. Either way, if you're a crafty kid or an adult who's somewhat with it, you can not only can you do that, but you can open up your PayPal and send Douglas some money. Let's stop talking about all these YouTube isms for a minute. Get to the real business, and that is Douglas needs your money. This is his legitimate job that he does, and he's expected to earn money doing this job and not sit around and just sucking up resources and being useless. He's doing a benefit to society, and he does need your support. So if let's put that link in there in the live chat. That makes it handy, but you don't ever need to have the link. All you have to remember is Douglas is a PayPal. His handler is Douglas D. Diedrich, all one word. Yes. If you somehow forget that, you could search Douglas Diedrich, and hopefully you'll find him. Somewhat Asian-looking man there, and some fancy, snazzy-looking clothes. That's the guy. Get there, send him money. Whatever you can afford, as much as you can afford, as often as you can afford, perhaps schedule that regularly in accordance with your paydays or once a month or whatever it is.
Yes.
And yes, please do consider that. We've got the link in there. We still have to work on a direct pay link. You probably would have to do that through the business account, but it could be handy, like the minute people like try to think they want to do something, they click, they don't like log in or they can't log in, like, it's about 30 seconds for like, fuck, and they just give up, So if you had a link where they could just pay and didn't have to log in, that'd be good. So we'll work on that. Yeah. So, yep, send some money. Douglas can't keep doing this without some form of support from his listeners and fans, so
Yes.
he needs to eat and drink things, and he barely they barely the assistance he gets barely keeps him in an unheated rotten box
Yes.
there in clammy San Francisco. So if you want him to to have a bite to eat or something nice to drink, or some of the other finer things in life, please send along a little something there to the PayPal. Back to back to YouTube. All right, YouTube stuff there. If you can't contribute, then distribute is the new mantra here, and that means sharing the link to the program. You could grab it right out of the browser bar. I would always say that, but I think it's better to hit the share button below. It will pop up a little thing where you can share to different platforms, your usual type share sort of screen, or grab the link from there. I think that's better because that YouTube sees that, and it goes into the algorithm, right? What else could go into the algorithm? Saving it there in a favorites clip, taking a 1-minute clip out of a program is a teaser. You can actually do that during a live, amazingly, or a replay, which is after the live ends, becomes a regular video. So do try all those things at some point in time. And then once it is not live, it is a replay. Comments below the window will be enabled. It's different than the live chat. That will be replayed though with the depending on your display, will be replayed with the audio and video. Not that there's really video, but yeah, the comments are different. They're underneath. They'll be turned on. Douglas will put a comment that he probably can't pin, but you'll still see it because not enough people comment. So we need you to comment. Also, if you're so inclined, I think that probably helps the algorithm more than anything.
Yes.
Anybody can click like, but like when you actually speak, talk, engage, that probably helps tremendously. So anything you want to say, anything off the wall, but nothing that would be automatically flagged by whatever filters on YouTube. So keep it somewhat on the up and up, or at least find creative ways to share your vulgar thoughts and disgust, and not like the bad words. I'm sure there used to be what is it? That George Carlin skit,
Oh gosh, I forgot the
bad,
FDA words.
yeah.
He made a song about that. The FDA censored words.
Yeah, right. But I'm sure there's a much greater set, now online.
Yes.
Of disallowed words. We can only imagine. But yeah, keep it somewhat clean. Anything, feedback, thoughts, how you're feeling, I feel queasy after lunch, but I'm glad I'm here. Whatever you want, just please engage. Yeah. So, and like any other positive comments there, also, and Douglas's comment that he puts there with his info. What else do we usually? Oh yeah. So if you can't pay through PayPal, please reach out. We'll find another way. Usually this is the point where I say maybe your email should be available. So put that in the chat.
Yeah, of course, always do so.
Yeah,
Yeah,
all right.
yeah,
You know, public knowledge. You know, his email address, everything. You know, everything. You know, there's really no secrets about this guy. So there we go.
Yes.
Yeah, there we go. Douglas Dwayne Dietrich at gmail.com. DUANE.
Thank you.
Not
Thank
DW. So yeah, reach out if you can't pay with PayPal, and find another way. You know, you can send a money order. You can send you know, however you need to do that. If you can, however you want to negotiate that. Some people probably use a lot of other pay apps that I don't think you use. You know, I try to think of things like I'll send you a, you know, some kind of stripper telegram, you know, at your door that hands you $1,000 cash or something. But you know,
Yes. Yes.
we can dream.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, that's right.
More
we
than
can.
likely another other pay app. So I guess we could find a way around. Someone else can be the intermediary there.
Yes.
There's so many these days pay apps. You know, you got your Venmo and Zelle and Cash App, and there's probably others that I don't even know that like only drug dealers use. By the way, we're happy to take your money if you're a drug dealer. No judgment. No judgment here. You know? Just make sure you're selling to you know, adults and whatnot. And nowadays it's all legal anyway. You know, dispensaries for everything popping up, weed, everything else. Pretty soon there'll just be a dispensary for everything. You
know? There may as well be.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I'm noticing. I'm noticing that I'm having some trouble with YouTube. So I hope everybody is hearing us. We seem to have good numbers. The numbers are accumulating as they normally do during the open hour. But my background image that I usually have, which is the Arthur Hoppy artwork Nighthawks, only rain is at it so that it acts as kind of a screensaver, because it's very old-fashioned like that. Theoretically, you don't need screensavers anymore. But interestingly enough, it stopped moving. Okay, so I'm reaccessing YouTube, and hopefully we can get that back up there. I always feel better with that in the background as a. So, but do continue. You seem to be closing, you know, rounding up, but you know, take as long as you want. You know, I couldn't care. You know, I always enjoy hearing your dulcet tones. And so there we are.
Thank you. Well, if you're listening on a replay, or if you remember to try this during a replay, not the live, on a PC, you can right click and generate a link right to that direct time where you click. I'm sure, you know, everybody's heard the many fascinating topics discussed at times. Oh, I know somebody needs to hear this. Oh my God. So if you right click, you can send them right to that point. Again, just makes it easy. You don't have to. You could send them the general link and be like, go to, you know, hour this, minute that, you know. But you know, people's you know, the easier the better. You know, point and click. So you can do that. I don't know how to do that on a phone. I tried. Let's see. Do we have footnotes?
No, not that. This is one of those few episodes where there isn't footnotes.
Okay.
What I did, of course, was
I don't even see the whole title field filled up. Very rare. But,
no, it actually is. It's all 100. It's all 100 characters.
Oh, okay. It could be the width of my. No, I make the windows wider this time usually. Okay, yeah. So, you know, he fills that up, and there may or may not be footnotes that refer to the description below. But in any case, you should click see more or whatever to expand the description.
That's true.
There and see all the things Douglas wants to acknowledge tonight.
And today's historical acknowledgement in the title as to the 87th Memorial Day of the penultimate fascist victory. It was the fall of Catalonia that led ultimately to the phalangist or fascist victory in the ESPAñ Civil War in 1939. That's my contrapuntal to today being Holocaust Memorial Day enforced all over the Western world. And so that's it.
Right.
We prefer to acknowledge this day instead. And the reason why is because the Jewish community at large, this includes the diaspora as well as Israel, refuses to acknowledge the Armenian genocide in particular, but other genocides as well.
Yeah.
So why should we acknowledge theirs? So that having been said,
Nice.
I can go
Very
into
good.
some.
Very good. Well,
Thank you.
happy to
Yeah.
acknowledge fascist victories.
Yes. Yes.
For historical completeness.
Yes. That's
Of
right.
course. Right. Yeah. Right.
And
What else? So read the description there. Whatever. Douglas usually wants to acknowledge various holidays, historical anniversaries, etc. Get your exposure to all sorts of different languages there. I was just actually, I think, looking at Armenian. Found it was some little animated skit that was Armenian, and there was some Armenian language. It's very interesting looking characters there.
Wow.
I'm sure you've seen
Yes.
it.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. You mean I've seen it with
Yeah.
you mean something that I put up or you
Their
put up?
script. No. Just I came
Oh, the
across
Armenian script. Yes, of course, is beautiful.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. It's very, very, very unique there, flowing. You might think it looks a little bit like I don't know. It looks somewhat similar to Sanskrit or Hindi, but they're all different.
Actually, Armenian script is the bridge between the original Aryan Persic language, the what would be the original Proto-Persian, and Greek. So if you take a look at the Greek alphabet, which of course is very distinctive, and we use that in science and mathematics, the bridge between that and the Aryans would be the Armenian language. So it's a bridge language, and it actually looks almost like a computer script. Really, the two things that look like almost like they would be computer script would be Korean and Armenian. If you take a look at them, they have this very kind of almost modernist or artificial look to them. And in the sense of Korean, in the sense of Korean, it actually is very much not, this is in no way, shape, or form an insult. It is a praise of Korean. It is an actual artificial language. It was constructed to be put on a printing press in the ancient Asian printing press concept that was invented independently of Gutenberg. The Koreans designed their entire language around the ability to put it on a printing press. In other words, their language actually emerged distinctively with the printing press developed in Asia. And therefore, they created a language around that. So it is very much something like you would see that you would think would have been engineered to enter onto a computer. Has that very distinctive look to it. And most people who saw it, if they were ignorant of Korean language, many Americans would assume that to be some artificial construct language created for a science fiction world, like a conlang, like Klingon, or something like that. Many would probably assume the same about Armenian. There you go. But back to you.
Yeah.
That's,
right.
Yeah.
I'm fascinated. I'm looking up. Well, you say Proto-Indo-Aryan because you prefer that over Proto or Aryan over what is it? Something else?
Indo-European. Whenever they use the term Indo-European, that actually is a combination, though most people don't understand this. It's a combination of the words Indian and European, so they go Indo-European. That's just their way of avoiding the term Aryan. Of course, we prefer the term Aryan. And just like I prefer the term programs for computers over apps. It just sounds incredibly stupid to say apps for a fucking computer. But go on, it's
well,
you and I can die with that. We can die on that hill. We can agree to die on that hill.
You too. Yeah. Some of us used computers for a long time before we ever had a
cell phone,
a smartphone. So,
yes. I can attest to that. Oh, go on.
Yeah.
Go on.
Or if you had a cell phone, it was just it was a brick that that you just punch numbers into. That was it.
Yes, I can attest to that with the phone that Aristides sent myself as an emergency backup, which is this hybrid missing link.
Mhm.
It is this missing link
Yeah,
between
right. It really,
between
yeah, it was a flip phone, but it still had like kind of a very awkward,
yeah.
like sort of barely not so smartphone in it, but not dumb either.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
it is what it is. And oh, well, one thing, it served its purpose when I needed it. It served its purpose when I needed it in this horrible time when they cut off all my cellular service in what was a sheer act of terrorism.
Yeah.
That's a whole different experience. We don't need to go into that right now. Dear Aristides, by all means, you seem. Oh, yes. A question has come, of course, about the photograph in the thumbnail of live stream, and I want people to know that I've used an inferior photograph from my old cell phone. That is, and my cell phone is always an old cell phone as far as I'm concerned. My cell phone is just old by dint of the fact that they never give me an advanced cell phone because I got a free cell phone, and my cell phone is provided for free as a service along with the cellular unit itself because I'm on both Medicare and Medi-Cal. So I'm on what's called a Lifeline program. So my cellular unit is always quite primitive and actually almost backwards. Yeah, it's usually an obsolete unit that is provided for free. They might be new in the sense that they're newly manufactured, but they're newly manufactured on some old manufacturing template that's used for God knows what. Yeah, just for programs like this, I suppose, because they're not wanted by anyone else, and you get what you pay for. And so the pixelation in the photograph is indicative of that, but it's almost just a protest of this woman who I'm not going to bother to name her because I don't even remember her name. She had three of them, which in and of itself was a warning. But Crystal River, who had blocked me for a long period of time, unblocked me, called to set up basically an ambush, which was nothing that I fault her for. Of course, she blocked me again after setting up the ambush. A normal person would take this as obviously Crystal River is the enemy. I really don't see it that way. I just see that as Crystal River is an extremely dysfunctional person who I probably need to just stop dealing with. But she was approached by some woman from Germany who was half black. Not just black, but black African. It's she Yeah, again, her name, it's not even going to be something I'm consciously going to remember. I could look it up and may yet do that in the near future if I have any compulsion to diss her in the future. But she just wasted a lot of my time. She was interested in Max Spears, wanted to write a book about Max Spears, which was suspect on the face of it only in the sense that she wanted to write a fiction book on Max Spears. Like, okay, how would that help Max Spears if you're writing a fiction book that is quote unquote inspired by Max Spears? It doesn't make any sense because, automatically everything you say is going to be dismissed because you're automatically claiming it's a work of fiction. So if you're saying, oh, I'm writing a science fiction book on conspiracy that's somehow inspired by the life of Max Spears, and yeah, it was just some way to exploit a lot of my time to find out everything she could about Max Spears. But aside from that horror story, which for morbid entertainment I could go into at length another time. I mean, if we have a roundtable going and I got a number of people here where I could hear the chuckles, I'll be happy to do that. But suffice to say that she ultimately, towards the end of my dealing with her, managed to gravely insult me. Which again, I'm just too nice a guy, and I've been self-analyzing this recently about whether this is part of the fourth F, fight, flight. What's the other one? Help me out here, Aristides or Heather.
Is fuck one of them?
No, fawn. It's fight, flight.
Right.
Yeah, something or fawn, which could include fucking. But the in terms of, I'm wondering if this is based on my post-traumatic stress disorder that I'm just this nice to people and have this incredibly high tolerance rate. But I'm sorry. Yeah.
No, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. And hi Heather, we know you're there. You're welcome to speak in just a moment here. I just want to finish this thought, this thought train, this train of thought. But at any rate, this dumb motherless cunt, and there's absolutely nothing to say about her that's positive. It just wasted a lot of my time. And just to give people an example of how fucking pathological this sick fuck is, she visits yeah, the grave of Max Spears on his death day once a year and picnics on his grave. Anyhow, this overweight, pot-headed alcoholic, all she does is drink and smoke and gets up, and her husband and son have to tolerate this. And they have their own dysfunction, and they deserve what they get so long as they tolerate that shit. And she hates them anyway, and expressed that to me. But at any rate, this idiot, uh, she said to me after I took her on a tour of my channel, showing her pictures of myself, my son, the Blood Boys. Now, by the way, this channel's been up for a long time, and this channel's been up well before there was AI. So the next time we spoke, which was the last time we spoke, she said, "Oh, all you've shown me are all these AI generated images." And I thought that I've never been so insulted in all my life. First off, Ed Beth is a professional grade photographer, and these are obviously photographs. Only an idiot would think they were AI, but it goes to show how monstrously incompetent people are at translating imagery. Maybe because they haven't had the training I had in commercial illustration, or that or in dealing with the photography of my son, etc. But obviously, when I put up illustrations, I'll tell people these are illustrations. But I've never used AI because I don't know how to use AI. I'm not interested in learning. Anyhow, so there you go with that. She When she said that, I said no, it's not AI. I took her on a short tour again and said, "You see this? I mean, what's so offensive about it as well is that I'm able to explain so many elements of these images, and there's a whole story behind each one."
Oh.
But altogether, finally, we hear Vin. So there's Vin. So good. We hear Vin's laughter, and he's alive. So that being said, I just want to get that out there. That almost in response to that, I put up a photograph that's taken from a primitive cell phone, and as a result, it's highly pixelated when it's translated onto YouTube. But it's a real photograph. So any accusations of that being AI are obviously out the window, because AI would produce a sharper, clearer image than that, even though it would be imperfect by the dint of AI being imperfect in so many other ways, which I could point out ad nauseum as to how imperfect AI is. And I think people can generally, if they've gotten used to it, point out AI, which is what made what this woman said so offensive, is that she was claiming my photographs were AI. There is not a single AI generated image on anything I've ever put up on YouTube, because my illustrations are hand drawn. They're not AI. Anything else would be basically photography that, as I've explained, we've in the past, because we're artists, have performed in some cases, and they're extremely rare, photopentimento, which means you can paint over the photograph to an extent, but that's usually quite noticeable. And we do that as an art form, or to censor what's in the background. So understand there's a difference between that and Photoshop, which is a program. And there's a difference between that and what we used to call, in the old days, airbrushing, which is what I use in the technique of photopentimento. So obviously, these are terms most people don't understand. They aren't trained in the old ways of commercial illustration. But yeah, that brings us back to what we were saying about the terminology. So with all of that having been said, back to Heather Holman. Hey, Heather, how are you? And say hello and catch us up on everything. It was good to hear Vinny laughing in the background and say,
I'm sorry about
yeah,
that.
that's fine. That's wonderful.
Yeah, I was having trouble with my phone.
Yeah.
I'm doing great, and I'm just happy to hear from you and that everything's doing good.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate that
Hi,
profoundly.
Aristides.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
Hi.
That was so enthusiastic. He's happy to hear from you.
yeah,
Even
yeah. Oh, thanks.
Yeah, with all
Sorry, kind
the
of caught me off
stuff
guard.
that's
Go ahead.
going on,
Mhm.
it's kind of hard to go outside
Yeah.
and deal with it because there's protests right now in Arizona and Phoenix, and they're cracking down here.
Tell us about that.
Well, I don't know. There was some search warrants for some restaurants that they went and served to find illegal people working in zips at a pizza bar thing,
Mhm.
And then there's a little bit of chaos, but that was a couple days ago, and there really hasn't been much other than that, except for um, in Minnesota. They went into the embassy or the consulate, and they broke the window or they broke the door.
Mhm.
ICE did.
Mhm. Okay.
And so
The
that they had to, I guess, leave Minnesota, and then they came to Arizona.
the people of the consulate.
ICE.
ICE. Oh,
Yeah.
right. I get what you're saying. Okay. So, in terms of this consulate, why would ICE? I mean, I'm not disbelieving you. It's just an incident. There's been so much going on, as you said. Could you tell us a bit more about ICE breaking into a consulate in Minnesota?
Yeah, let me get Vinny. He's the one who knows about it. Hold on.
Okay, great, good. Okay, while she does that, we can talk. Aristides, how about you and I hold the
Oh,
conversation?
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Tell,
yeah.
tell us what you know about what's going
I,
on with different things
I
like
don't
this,
know.
when it brings to mind.
Ice is everywhere.
That's
Because
delightful. Oh,
it's
man.
winter,
Okay.
and
Yes, that's right.
um,
Yes, I think
and
Vin's with
I
us.
think that
Yeah.
right. I think they're actually from like southern, from like red states. They're actually deporting more people from those states.
Oh,
Hey,
oh.
Go ahead. We'll get
Yeah,
back to them.
yeah. Okay.
hey,
Yeah.
Douglas, it's Vinny. How are you?
Good to hear from you. Aristides was just saying he thinks that they're deporting more people from red states, potentially. Was just
Oh no,
complete that.
well,
I
ICE is
think
only
that's.
deployed in red states.
I,
They aren't
well,
deployed. There isn't any surges in any blue states.
Right.
what's Minnesota?
And yes,
Or
right. Okay,
uh,
so let
so what
Vinny complete.
Minnesota is
I mean, let
is
Aristides complete his thought.
Walz is a Democratic. He's a Democrat. He's the governor.
Right. Understood. But just let Aristides complete that thought process. Aristides, complete that thought
well,
process,
I'm
please.
not sure what you'd call Minnesota. If anything, it could be the city is a blue stronghold within a red state. That's very common,
Mhm.
but they're deporting a lot more people basically from other states that there's no fuss about on the
The only place
level
ICE
that there
is,
is.
the only place
Right.
ICE is,
Yeah.
the only place that the ICE has surged, the major cities where ICE has surged are red states. I mean, name me a blue state where ICE has surged.
Okay.
Right.
Now put that into context for us, Vinny. Now I turn it over to Vinny. So, dear Vin, it's good to hear your voice. Let us know how you're doing in general and how your mother's doing, and then tell us a bit more about your knowledge about what's going on with ICE in the red states, why they're not deployed to blue states. You would think it would be the opposite, but obviously, as you said, the governor of that state is a Democrat, and he was someone who ran for president against Donald Trump. So is that not a blue state? Minnesota's not a blue state, or somehow this Democratic?
Minneapolis, St. Paul,
Uh,
Democrat for as the governor, Democrat as the mayor.
yeah, that's blue, isn't it? I mean,
Blue, red, whatever. I don't even know the colors. All I'm saying is
right.
they have not been to whatever the
Mhm.
Republicans are. I mean, they need to.
Okay.
I mean, I wasn't really ready for this. I'm just waking up. But
Oh, no worries,
anyway,
no worries. Yeah.
what happened is ICE was chasing people who were doing something, and they basically tried to enter the Ecuadorian consulate in Minneapolis, St. Paul,
Okay.
and they were stopped, but they did try to smash the door and everything else. So it's a national incident, and things have been filed. Luckily, that was one of the more trained ICE agents, I guess. So once they came, but they did try to arrest ICE, invaded another country, basically, if you really look at it that way. But
Yes,
anyway.
that's true. Yeah. No, that's an accurate way of looking at it. And
Well, that's it. I mean, Ecuador's filed, and so anyway, but they got rid of what's his name, the guy that looks really like a Nazi. It's really, it's great that he claims the great coat that he wears is part of Border Patrol's uniform code, and I don't know if that's true or not, but I've never seen someone, who I'm talking about, the guy with
yeah.
the
Yeah.
so he's gone.
Yes, yes. And I'll look him up because I know who you're talking about, but I've forgotten
All you
his
have
name.
to do is type in ICE commander that dresses like a Nazi.
Right, yeah. Commander. Well, he's yeah, the one that got fired, basically.
Yeah, but
It's
it's
Bovino, Greg Bovino.
Bovino. Yeah, I mean, if you want to dress like a Nazi, go for it. But I mean, Trump finally decided that that optic was not good.
Well, it was, yeah. Well, all the optics are bad with everything that's been going on with ICE. But but again, it's so great to have you with us and hear your voice
Thank
again.
you.
And again, your mother's doing well as can be.
Yeah. And so now let's get clear on one thing, because I don't understand the red and the blue so much. So Democrats are blue.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay,
Yeah.
so now, okay, now I've got everything.
But
So
nevertheless,
no,
one thing I do want to emphasize is, as what I believe you were trying to communicate, we have a graphic in the text box of our call, which you are on, but I'm not quite sure if you can access that text box based on the
I can't.
technology of our Heather's cell phone. But a map was provided by T. Tank Berry, which shows that conservative states, which would be the red states, have had the highest ICE arrest rates. So
Okay.
yes, so that's what you were trying to say. And,
Okay, what I was saying though,
and
but
Aristides as well. Yes.
the only place where ICE is doing their surges, and this is, let's say, cities like Phoenix.
Yeah.
Phoenix is I'm going to use Republican and Democrat because that's easier. Phoenix, though, is who voted are mostly Democrats. The state of Arizona has a Democratic governor, but we're very close. But they're surging in cities that are mostly Democrats. The Democrats have voted, and if you look at the last election, where Democrats voted in, where the Democratic vote was higher than the Republican vote, it's in cities, and that's where they're surging, such as Minneapolis versus the states.
Yes.
And that's why I'm saying there's no surge in anywhere else, and that's changing very quickly. I mean, and that's where the gerrymander is so funny, because when you gerrymander, I mean, all you do is you try to make it so they're going to go. But like in Texas, I mean, all of a sudden you had a bunch of Mexican Americans or people of Hispanic descent that came in, and so you're gerrymandering, so you can hopefully get more by taking some of your really hardcore voters out. And I mean, it's going to fail miserably. So it's a beautiful thing, and I think we should all go watch the MEMqədy movie though, because that will really bring us back as a country and get us back to where we are.
Have you
and with
seen
that, I'll give you back to Heather.
Whoa! That's yeah. After shall we say, with that tangent, we want to hear more. Have you seen the MEMqədy film?
No, but I've seen the 2 minutes, and it's the same director that is also a predator, I believe, a sexual predator, and Melania said that she thinks this is important as a Rolling Stones movie, so I've got to go see it. I got to believe her. I mean, in her meme coin, going back to the crypto, was Smellania, because it was $sign Melania, which is Smellania. And that's done really well. And my Trump phone isn't working, or else I could see what you had up on the screen, but unfortunately my Trump phone doesn't work. So
you didn't really order a Trump phone, did you?
Yeah.
Oh, my
why? God. Who wouldn't? It's a piece of history. And my Trump watch is not the same caliber as my other watches. But you do what you do. You have to support the party.
You're being humorous, right? Oh my God.
Oh no! I mean, why do you think I don't give you money anymore? I've got to spend all of it on Trump.
You're kidding, right? Oh my God!
Hey, my name is Varen. Well, it will dox my name, but my name, it would be with ice. I would be disappeared. So I love you, Douglas, but I would be disappeared even as a Marine Corps veteran. So I'm going for self-preservation.
Yeah. Now, tell us a little bit about the dirt on the director of Melania.
Let me get back on Truth Social.
Oh.
And what is it, News Now, or whatever the new one is, because Fox is going off on Trump. I mean, we don't believe those polls. Those damn pollsters are horrible.
Yes. Now, at any rate, you mentioned about the director of the movie Melania being a child predator. What do you know about the dirt on him?
I don't know, but I know he's going to. Trump has decided that Amazon's going to produce Rush Hour 4, because that's just the kind of movie we need in today's society.
Oh, yes.
And maybe he could produce a new Star Trek movie, because the new Star Trek series is far too woke.
Yeah, yeah. I keep hearing that. Yes, I haven't watched it.
Either have I, because I can't afford Paramount Plus.
Good enough reason not to. Yes. Well, at any rate, we love you dearly. We're very glad that you.
I love you too, and I will give you back to my beautiful Heather. And she will give you all the thing. I just, I'm just sitting here, keeping my head down, calling my name, saying my name is Vinny.
Yes.
And wearing my, American flag hat, and hoping that I'm not too dark.
Stay indoors. Stay indoors.
I will. I
do.
Yes. Trust me, Sun City golf cart. Stay indoors.
Yes, that's right. Love it. Okay.
Love you, Douglas. Keep doing the good work. We're only a month in, and God, what happened last year? Was there Kilmar Garcia? There was all this other stuff. It doesn't even matter. What happened last week? I don't know. Epstein files? Who knows where they are? I mean, this is all. We invaded Venezuela 3 weeks ago. I don't know. It goes so fast. I can't keep up with yesterday.
Yeah, no, it really is going fast, all too fast. And but luckily we have each other in an extended family, and hopefully we'll speak again soon.
Yes, you need a new phone, because I have one.
The Trump phone?
I'll gladly send you my Trump phone, because I have it buried in the ground in this box that's supposed to keep it from sending signals, but I'm not sure that's really working. So. But you have to send me your address.
I'll be happy to send you my address. We'll
your address, your full name, and social security number. Yeah. That's what they said.
Well, you can help me raise $6,000 for surgery. I'm trying to raise $6,000 for surgery, or
okay,
at least $5,000.
Well, maybe if I call the Trump organization, they will give me several $1,000s if I give them your address and everything. So you never know. They'll help you with your surgery, with their new medical care. You'll be fine. Love you, Douglas.
Love you dearly. Take care. All right. And
we're going to send you some money, Douglas. And anybody else who's listening right now, if you haven't made your monthly donation to Douglas's, is Fortitude a good word?
Fortitude?
Yeah.
It's fortitude's a nice word, but I'm not quite sure that's the term you would use for contribution.
Douglas,
Yes.
we're going to send it through our Qatari bank account where we got the oil.
Yeah. So I know that you're, you know, you have your bills, not just the surgery that's supposed to, that you can't even schedule. So,
Well, I
you
can't
know,
schedule it until I have the money to pay for it. Yes.
there's
Yeah.
got to be a way, you know, and so everybody who's listening, maybe you can help us find the way.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
but that having been said, dear lady, what's on your mind in terms of recent events that you feel we should be paying attention to?
Well, I don't know. This is where my mind has been. Okay. So last Saturday, there was I heard fire trucks going up and down the street and it sounded really close. I'm like, are they coming here? It sounds really close. But I didn't even look out the window, right? Because you don't hear anything here.
Mhm.
And,
Okay. Yeah.
and like later on the next day or that night, I found out that there's a house that burned down, like a stone's throw from our house. And the weird thing is when I went to Google to look at what the house looked like before it burned down, it's all blurred out of every single year of Google taking, you know, their drive-by or whatever. There, you can't see the house. And then it burns down. And the weird part is I don't know if I had mentioned that I saw like a meteorite. I think I did mention that I saw it about a month ago
Okay.
on your
Yes.
show. Do you
Yes.
remember? Okay, yes.
Of
Okay,
course.
that is where it landed, is exactly where that house was.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I don't know why the meteorite hit the house and it burned down a month later, but it's all got to be, you know, relative.
Well, it can be. It doesn't mean it is, but it can be. And I thank you for sharing that. That's fascinating. And and of course I have this image of in my head of maybe the meteorite hit it and just lay there within the superstructure smoldering. It turned out.
Yeah, for a month.
Yeah. Yeah. And
I don't know. I really don't know, but there are a lot of like mysteries and like, you know, you'd figure there's a lot of death in a retirement community, but there's also a lot of like strange deaths and like murder suicides of
Yeah.
old people, and that's becoming more frequent and just
Cool.
weird. Yeah, weird stuff.
So, is that happening in your community or these communities in
No,
general? Or have you been hearing about people in your community have done some murder suicides? That'd be fascinating.
no, there was this couple that happened to. This was like a couple of years ago, and I guess 24. The same house was connected to another murder just like a few months before that at the same resident.
Wow. Yeah. Oh, by the way, this should interest you. It's been reported, and I put this in the link into the text box of our Infinite Call. It's been reported that they've deployed the battlefield sonic weapon, the voice of God, against protesters in Minneapolis. So, any thoughts on that come to mind?
Is that the alarm or the sound of the horn or whatever that they beam at people, or I don't know.
Well, it is what it is. It's a sonic weapon. It can't be pleasant, or it wouldn't be considered a battlefield weapon. It must be pretty bad. But
Well, is it like what I'm trying to say? Like I had a friend who had an alarm that was going off really loud, and it would make you deaf from that sound, but you could only hear it if your head was in the car.
that's awful.
Oh, here, hold on a second. Hold on, here's Vinny.
Yes, Vinny.
Okay, sorry about that. I've got a totally irrelevant thing. 2020 election fraud. Okay, you ready for this?
Sure.
Okay, you know, Trump's still investigating that because he was robbed. Well, today, the FBI.
I appreciate the giggle. It shows you're being facetious. Thank you.
The FBI initiated a search warrant of the Georgia records election board and records department, which moved to their new office in 2023. So they're basically their office where they keep all the election records, the Department of Elections, whatever. Initiated a search warrant and took many sealed documents. Now, Georgia, if you remember, this is way back when, 2020, where Trump's like, well, find me 28,000 votes or whatever he said. You know, you remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah. And now Jack Smith came out last week, you know, and had his testimony. Well, the FBI executed a search warrant today, and he walked out with many sealed documents in case, and you know, files from that office, that new office. So anyway,
Wow.
you know, of course, of course it's fully legal because I mean we're really worried about the 2020 elections.
Yeah.
But they did.
Jesus
so the FBI
Christ.
now is investigating that again.
Yes, of course.
Because it would make so much difference if they found it.
Yeah.
I mean, what would they do? I
Yeah.
mean, even if Trump was elected, what would they do? Then he couldn't be president right now. So I mean, maybe that would be good. I don't know. I mean, I don't see why they're investigating that.
It's obvious, as you know, it's a political maneuver, and
yeah, and they're taking away evidence that it was. They're taking away evidence that Trump did that the J6 thing and everything else, because that's what Jack Smith said. Jack Smith said, you know, we have the evidence that he tried to change the vote. You know, he tried to do this, and that's criminal. Yeah. So our own FBI just did that. So anyway, I just thought that was another interesting thing. I mean, because there's the president still weaponizing the FBI and trying to, you know, stop himself from being, you know, basically, I mean, it's a state because Georgia is one of the states that went against him in state court and tried to get an indictment before he became president, but then everything got dropped when he became president.
Yes.
So anyway, just another
important point.
Federal power.
Yes,
anyway,
absolutely.
Back to Heather and her meteor falling in a month later at the house.
Well, we definitely thank you for that input because it's very important, and we appreciate you
really
pointing these things out.
It's just another thing of how weaponized it is. I mean, it's there. I mean, it's real. I mean, it's on everywhere from Fox to, you know, from Fox to CBS. So it's not, you know, it's not AI or anything. They actually, why the fuck is the FBI going into a state election office? They probably took all the voter rolls for Georgia too, and they'll use those to intimidate and, you know, everything else. So
yes.
Anyway.
Well, that was beautiful. Thank you so much for articulating that. Love you so much, Vin, and appreciate
Love you too.
Yeah,
all right. Back to the meteorite.
Yes. And so, dear Heather.
That story's wild.
It was. Yes, tell us,
Hey,
Holly.
it's
Thank you
me,
for
I'm
joining
here.
us. Oh,
But to the last two things you guys were talking about, I wanted to get into quick things. Now I'm
Please.
getting forgetful already. Vinny came back to say,
yes.
tell me, remind me quick, like.
Abuse of the FBI, weaponization thereof to defend Trump.
See, I think Trump's going after that courageous woman that stood up for electoral sanity in Georgia, and that Stacey Abrams.
Yes, he's part of it. But Jack Smith, who ran the federal case, who was a special counsel appointed, and he's going after everyone, but he's not going after them so much as he's taking out all the evidence that he did commit, that he was trying to commit a conspiracy. So now that there's no evidence, I mean, by him taking the sealed things, he does that. But it's our FBI doing it.
Because he gave it to Kash Patel, for God's sake.
Well, Kash Patel's the one that did. There's no reason to do that. So anyway, and you just look on the news. I mean, go Georgia records of elections raided today by the FBI. I mean, it was, and that office where they are now wasn't even in existence. I mean, their office was somewhere else.
Oh, it's the new place you're saying, yeah.
So, yeah. They moved the files there, so they went in for files. Anyway, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Trump is grabbing files that could be detrimental to him because Jack Smith, who was very smart, and you know, if you're following that, Jack Smith, who
I do,
he wanted to be investigated, but he said, "I will go and do my testimony, but I will only do it in public."
In public, yes.
And that's the
Darn
thing.
right.
they blocked him from the second indictment where it was the top secret documents in Mar-a-Lago. So Trump has blocked that, so he can't say anything about that. So the Jack Smith case is very interesting because Jack Smith has said basically, we had enough evidence easily to convict him. So anyway, that's a whole nother thing.
Right out there in plain sight.
Yep.
And now if they can, they'll crucify him.
Well, and they're
If
trying,
they
but
can.
so far they haven't been able to. And the day after he testifies, all of a sudden they're there. Anyway, here's Heather back. I've got to go and try to figure out how to make money on my Qatari oil.
Good to talk to you, man.
Well, don't forget our Doug coin at some point in the future where we'll pull that rug flip.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
the Ecuadorian thing is crazy, and it's reminiscent also of how pissed off Italy is. You saw that.
So tell us about
blurb
this.
that
Yes. tell us.
ICE has to go to the Winter Olympics.
Oh, that shit. Yes, that's
Italy is the security
insanity.
force, and they ain't
Yeah.
having it.
Yeah.
And that's crazy, corrupt, fascist Italy. So what the hell? Anyway, I want to get back to the meteor, but Douglas, you were talking about something
Mhm.
in the middle there that I wanted
Oh,
to
I was just
comment
speaking
on.
about AI and how this one cunt that I was dealing with for months.
After Crystal River. It was just a short thing, but
Oh, it was
jump from thing to thing.
It
But
was-
anyway,
it was
yeah,
pretty
back
much
to
just
the
about
meteor.
well, maybe it was about the red states, that the ice surges were in red states. I mean,
Yeah, maybe. No, it was even after that. Anyway, it doesn't matter. And maybe it'll
okay.
come around, who knows. But back to the meteor. Fascinating story.
It's just and it's not solved yet. I still have more. There's like, I know nothing.
So was that a street you'd ride your bike down and
Yeah,
stuff?
it's the
And
street. I
like,
was riding my bike when I saw that the falling star, the meteor, bolide.
yeah.
It was
whatever
on
it was.
record. It was on our show. She saw it
Yeah.
was well,
Yeah.
well, she was
Wait,
on.
And then I
What?
also
Yeah.
recorded it to the Meteor Society.
Oh,
so-
yeah. So that meant you could hear that thing coming, right?
No, it was invisible, and it was like a rock. It was falling down from the sky, and I thought it was like a bat or something. And then right when it came to where the streetlights are, it stopped, and it lit up like a sparkler, white, and then it turned green, and then it turned into a rainbow and a spear that went down into the ground. And it just fizzled a little bit, like it popped and fizzled, but it wasn't loud at all.
Did you hear it hit the ground?
I saw it go into the ground. Yeah.
What the fuck?
And there's like between our house and the house that burned down, it's like a church parking lot. Is it?
Huh.
Yeah.
So did
Yeah.
that house seem like it had been occupied? Or like somebody's
no.
second home
I
retirement?
really didn't look into it, but from what I
Yeah.
understand, it was sold like a couple years ago. And
Sold,
maybe
okay.
people were leasing it or something. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is about it, the Google, it's all blurred out. Even in the
Yeah,
back-
that's freaky.
the back of the house is blurred out.
Yeah.
And there was one.
Can you see around back where the thing hit?
No, you can't.
Okay.
The only thing that I
Yeah.
noticed was the neighbors had a weird thing on their roof one of the years in like 2013.
Huh.
Yeah.
Huh.
I'll send the picture so you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And so
That's Arizona, man.
yes, tell people about your own experiences there, Holly.
It's just an otherworldly place.
Mhm.
It's quite otherworldly.
Yeah.
And I guess how big America is, you really can get some pretty wild extremes in climate and all of it.
Right. By the way, how are you doing, dear
So-
Holly? I cast your check, by the way. It was very helpful for
good.
everything I
good.
needed to do.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
and but definitely, I'll give you further thanks and credit when I give all these other people
Not at all.
credit who
Not at all.
contributed when I go into monologue. But for now, let's talk about you a little bit about are you okay? Everything in your situation as stable as can be?
Yeah, pretty much.
Good.
God willing, you know what I mean?
Yes.
I do feel a lot of grace on me.
Good.
And I don't know that I've earned that, and I don't take it for granted.
Good.
Things can turn on a dime.
Yes.
But so far so good.
Yes.
And I do have support and people that I love and love me here, and a couple family members left.
Yes.
So, but I'm the eldest, so I need to provide for them,
Right.
not the reverse.
Yes.
So I'm just doing my best and, like trying to process the horror.
Yes.
Uh,
Well, I'm here to help you with that.
And you certainly do.
Thank
You certainly do. Because you look at the dark side,
Yes.
but your delivery and your spirit is uplifting
Thank
for
you.
me.
I appreciate that profoundly.
Always. Yeah.
Yeah. And
It's a voice in the wilderness more and more.
yes.
Hey, oh yeah, that was the thing. The fucking sonic weapon. Are
Yeah.
you shitting me?
Oh, the link is in the text box here.
Because that means ICE is doubling down.
Yeah. Yeah, they are. Yes. Don't think otherwise. I'll get into that, of course.
Doubling down.
Yeah. Yeah. They don't give a
Wow.
shit. Yeah.
Oh man.
And they're anything people think about these guys backtracking or that they're somehow getting conciliatory, you're out of your minds if you think that.
Oh man. And they can boot gnome too, and it won't make a lick of difference. I realize that.
Yeah. And
just these idiot figureheads, they mean nothing.
Yeah.
This ICE is committed to violence. I mean, they want to do it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's what I was trying to say, though I don't believe I was communicating myself very well about the death of Mr. Preddy. Was that by the way, I'm gonna have to say no to Brendan here. He sent me something and I didn't get it. But when it comes to Preddy, what I meant to say was that I think that any sensible individual, sensible adult would know that going anywhere near ICE is you're taking your life in your hands. Rather, you're putting it in their hands, which is worse. And so he had this almost, I believe he was a very forlorn soul, and I believe that he was very doom-ridden, and I feel he was profoundly depressed. That's kind of the impression I get when I look at his pictures and I see his smile. And his smile
I kind of don't trust anybody who isn't depressed, at least a little these days.
Well, I understand that, but there's a difference between sensible depression. Like, okay, yeah, we if you're not depressed, you're not sane. But there's a difference between that and when it gets to the point where you're seeking death actively, which I do feel he was doing by going anywhere near the ICE troopers.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
I'm not with you on that.
How so?
I mean, what I figure, I mean, there was like 100,000 people out. So there was a whole lot of that urban city taken up and many entrances to approach. So I figure they were coming at that crowd from multiple directions.
Okay.
And God help him.
He just got caught?
You think? Really want to hope. I mean, some streets they came up, some streets they didn't. But that there would be people to witness it.
And there are witnesses. There's plenty of witnesses.
Thrown on the ground, you help them.
Yeah.
Period. That's what the guy was doing. Now, there's always been.
But how did he happen to be there?
Because he was doing the perimeter thing. It gets
Perimeter
worse.
thing.
He was doing the perimeter thing.
What does that mean? I mean, I'm not saying this
edge. I mean, there's
confrontationally. I'm
100,000.
just
There's a blob of 100,000 people out there. So
oh,
there's going to be a perimeter around the space they take up.
uh-huh.
From the photographs, it's pretty concentrated.
Yeah. Okay.
So on city streets, blocks, and side streets, and so
You don't think wasn't he actively participating in the protest? Now again, I'm not here to condemn him for that at all.
No, I'm not arguing either. I'm not arguing either. This is just my impression.
I don't know if
I
he was
don't
there
either. All I know was that he wasn't in the thick of 100,000 people.
Mhm.
So this kind of gives the credence to the fact that what was he doing out on the edge?
Mhm.
Because he doesn't seem close into the 100,000
Right.
people,
No,
but ICE is certainly heading that way.
Right. Well, let's
into
everybody
the 100,000 people.
Right. Let's everybody understand my stance on this is shoulder to shoulder with Holly. That ICE should not have done what they have done. I mean, Preddy should still be alive. But that having been qualified, I definitely feel that Preddy, just being there, because say if I were just going to work, and just try the last place I would be going was anywhere near where he was at. So
No, he was being an activist. He was being an activist.
There we are.
He was certainly being an activist in his spare time, as at least believing he was a sensible.
And I'm not saying he was responsible for his own death. That's not what I'm saying.
Sensible,
but what I'm saying,
sensible approach.
Yeah.
Even though he did put himself at risk, there is no question of that.
Right. Which is what I'm
There's
saying.
no question
you
of
go
that.
anywhere near these motherfuckers, these motherfuckers are out to kill.
And
Okay.
I'm just thankful on my hands and knees to God that there are people willing to do that on our behalf. Because without them,
no, it's incredible. It's incredible. Obviously, my sympathy is with the protesters.
I know that.
Yeah.
I know that.
Yeah,
we are in no argument.
Yeah. And no.
And I appreciate your valor in making that very clear in previous broadcasts.
Thank you. It's but as I've said in previous broadcasts as well, these ICE troopers, it's like if you go anywhere near them, be aware that you are taking a risk. That is.
Yeah, we get that. I mean, it wasn't like he was black.
Yeah.
So
it doesn't matter with these boys. I mean,
I'm sure, I know, but the whole country is finding that out all together, holding hands.
Yeah. This is actually.
This is what it's taken.
That is actually probably the most offensive thing about Alex Preddy's murder, is the fact that he is a white male gun carrier. And that's the only thing that's triggering these motherfuckers. Whereas with Renee Nicole Good, Renee Good, all they did was like, they dismissed her. Oh, she's just a bitch. Who cares? That didn't rile them up. But a white male with a gun gets killed. That riles them up. That's what pisses me off. Is that it takes that to that they can relate to. That's the only thing they can relate to. So
now they're rolling out the sonic weapons.
Yeah, now they're rolling out the sonic
against 100,000 fucking peaceful people. Let's remember.
Yes.
That crowd was not a building window smashing mob.
No.
100,000 people was entirely peaceful.
Yes.
For God's sake.
Yeah.
And they still had to pick off one of the few that were willing to be on the front of the front.
Or may have got jostled to the front for all we know. But
I think he was. They showed him directing traffic, for God's sake, helping ICE up the street. Jesus.
Oh, that is
So
okay.
that
So
nobody got run over on the ice, because remember, they're on a sheet of ice.
yes,
Street,
ice on
sidewalk,
ice.
the whole thing, ice on ice.
By
And
the
the sound of the whistles, that shit's
yeah,
haunting.
yes. But by the
The
way,
rising whistles.
yeah, we are. So here we are.
Sonic fucking weapon.
Yeah. What are I'm not quite sure. I'm getting a conflicting message here from T Tank Berry, where he shows us a photograph of Preddy being taken down, and it says altered on it. So I presume that I'll go with the altered. That this is an altered photograph, which is what produced by the government, so that they can frame Preddy for having a gun in his hand. At any rate,
Well, it
it's
gets
yeah.
foggier. He was in an incident a week before,
Was he really? Go on.
apparently.
Yes.
Now, unless this is total AI,
Oh.
and that remains to be seen, or generated by one side only, apparently so.
Hmm.
A
Okay.
scuffle.
What was the incident? Yeah.
I know only the bare bones. I haven't had time to pursue it, or knew if I trusted to
The source.
pursue it, if you
Right.
know what I mean. Yeah.
Okay.
Or a paywall or whatever. But a scuffle that resulted in him getting a broken rib.
Okay. Well, he didn't pull out his
Put
gun
that
then,
in
so
your
that
pipe
doesn't.
and
Well, that
smoke it.
there's nothing. Well, if anything, it shows he's a responsible human being because he didn't pull out the gun and shoot the individual who broke his rib.
No, and he sure didn't make a peep about it.
Yeah.
He didn't go running and complaining.
Yeah.
He just got back out there. I mean, I still want to think there's Americans like that. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, I'm not saying
We
they
need
aren't,
'em.
but what I'm saying is,
I am, by
nevertheless,
and large.
yeah. What I'm saying is, of course, we appreciate Americans like that, but we also have to acknowledge the fact some of these people are doing this for psychological reasons that
Yeah, well,
are
they all are.
semi-suicidal.
They
Well,
all
we can't say that
are.
about all the protesters. I think that
No.
exercising your right to protest should not be an
activism.
exercise in frustrated suicide.
I agree, but I don't think he thought he was going to commit suicide by cop that day. I do not. I do not think that.
Okay.
That's just what do
Uh,
I know, but
Right. I think there's an element of it just by going near ice. Let's put it this way. If you or I saw ice, I think you and I would know better than to go anywhere near them just based on what we know, right?
well, I think he felt like he had some degree of, at least, citizen-based reasonable authority. Like,
Right.
nobody wants to get shot here.
I think
Nobody wants to
isn't
get
that
thrown
kind
on
of
the ground.
naive? Isn't that kind of naive in this day and age?
Well, clearly, but that's becoming more and more apparent to people who have otherwise been pretty reasonable people.
Right.
Now this guy shot at the border. No footage of that.
Yes. No,
No
of course
citizen
not.
footage of that.
Right. Yeah.
And so it's daily.
Yeah, it's definitely but yet what happened to him should not have happened, definitely. So we know that much, and
I don't think Americans are going to go for sonic weapons.
right. I hope not.
This is being treated like a war.
Yes, well, it is one. This is a civil war. Well, even Marjorie Taylor Greene is saying that. But by the way, I'm not quite
With
sure.
100,000 people standing there singing.
Yeah. Right. So,
Jesus
T-Tank,
Christ.
T-Tank, could you tell us what is your interpretation of these images that you're sending us? I'd like to know. When T-Tank Berry sends us all these images, oftentimes it confuses the issue. If tell us what you think of these images, T-Tank Berry. What is your stance on these images? What do you feel we should be making of these images? I'd like to hear that from T-Tank Berry. And so, with that being said, welcome aboard, Brendan Zoget. How are you, Brendan? Obviously, you helped with rewilding the San Francisco environment. We can make a joke about that while the ladies are still here with us. I asked for a cougar to come into San Francisco, and I get a fucking mountain lion. So,
Oh, that poor thing. Jeez.
tell us
Where are they
about
gonna
this.
put it?
Yeah, yes. So tell us what you know about this, honey. What do you know about this?
Nothing. I bet it has bad teeth.
Why would you say
Poor
that? It
thing.
looked pretty fucking healthy to me.
I hope so.
Yeah, it's
I hope so.
yeah, but so tell us, darling. You obviously are
No,
aware
go
of it.
over to Brendan.
Yeah.
I saw a thing. Yeah.
And so
Oh, it's front page news, probably nationwide on the same newspaper that it
okay.
all is now.
Okay. And so here we are. So John is saying he is going up against them, taunting. Got it. Okay. And now interestingly, what is your
I
impression?
gotta look at these now.
So Holly, what is your impression of Renee Good? So with Renee Good, was that her wife or herself that had that altercation with ICE before she got back in the van? Or was she always in the van, and it was her wife that was outside of the van that had that altercation? By that I mean just verbal confrontation with the ICE troopers before they killed Renee.
I believe the wife was out and about running around.
With
I
the
mean,
camera.
yeah, they dropped the kid off from school and went to the protest.
But the wife was there on scene when she was
Yeah.
murdered. She had to have,
They dropped him off. You know,
Yeah.
they got in the car, the three of them,
yeah,
and
dropped the kid off.
dumped
and-
the kid and went to
The
because
protest.
it was happening.
Right.
Yeah, it was happening.
Right. And then she was killed in but that was, of course, though they did some filming. Was it the wife that got out of the car with the cell phone? Was kind of like yelling at the ICE troops, yelling with or was that Renee?
Oh boy, no, I don't know that it was either one of them. I mean, it was one of those things where people were filming from various angles.
Mhm.
There might have been a bit of her because, like, she's running to the car,
Mhm.
and maybe that part was her filming,
Okay. But
right?
right.
But I don't know who the hell in the end. I mean, because there were multiple angles, including the body cam. And I think it was the fucking body cam that showed her all smiley and
Right.
waving.
Yeah, and
Goodbye.
she said, I don't hate you. Yeah, she
Yeah.
said, I don't hate you.
No, I'm not mad at you.
Yeah, I'm not mad at you. Thank you. Yes, I'm not mad at
I
you.
mean, a country corn pone girl.
Yeah, and
Just, you know,
oh,
you're not gonna shoot me in
no.
the face, are you? 'Cause
Remember,
I'm a-
honey, what you're saying doesn't count to the masses because they only know her as some vile lesbian. So to them, she's some horrible degenerate bisexual with a child. To them, she's just this side. To them, she's just this side of a pedopredator because she's a same-sex couple raising a young boy. To them, she's simply grooming the young boy towards an alternative lifestyle. So they are happy that she was killed. And but with this guy, it was different.
That is all too true.
Right. And so yeah, just really sad. But yeah, and so here we go with a link from our man Brendan. Here we are. Yeah, again, more just off the wall shit. President Putin attended a personal church service for a blessing of his 2026 presidential year. He asked the priest and God for blessings. And yeah, then attended the church service alone because everybody's afraid to be in there with him because they're afraid the whole place is going to burst into flames.
It's just some Russian Orthodox?
What else would it be?
Yeah. Yeah. A guy with a long beard, and imagine that robe and hat he had on.
Well, this priest is particularly young. He's got the beard, of course. They have to have the beard. but he's
Yeah.
he's young and it's black hair as opposed to white. Yeah, most of them
Wow.
most of them are just this side. They all look like the Ayatollahs. They're just this side of the Ayatollahs in terms of how they appear. But at any rate,
But technically, that is a sect of Catholicism, correct?
no, 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 no,
Okay,
no,
okay.
no, 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 no. Just to put that into perspective as briefly as possible, just so everybody
Yeah.
knows, the Byzantine Orthodox or Eastern Rite Slavonic liturgical church
Yes.
existed before the Roman Catholic Church. The
Okay.
Roman
Got it.
Catholic Church is actually the schism that
Yes.
that actually
Okay.
forged a letter so that they could claim that because the Byzantine Orthodox Church arose out of the Christianized Roman Empire, which was in the east, around Byzantium, around Constantinople. So, but
Right.
later on, when the Europeans began to reclaim Rome from the barbarians, then at that time, the Gothic, we'll call it the Gothic Church, arose. And that was when, a letter was forged in which they documented their rise and essentially rationalized it, and that was fine. It's okay. I mean, when I say it's forged, I don't mean that as and that means the papacy is evil. But of course, believe me, the Byzantine Church believes that's the case, and and when I say
Well, and there are
yeah.
Catholicisms that don't recognize the Pope as Roman.
Certain small Catholicism, and then you've got weird shit like liberation theology, which came out of Central America.
Non-Roman
Yeah.
Catholicism.
Yeah, non-Roman Catholicism, which, by
Yeah.
the way, you can tell me probably better than I know myself. Liberation theology in Central America must have
Yes.
been something of that nature, correct?
Yeah, and like Mennonite and shit.
Okay.
But
Right.
but also a sect of Catholicism.
Interesting.
For
All right.
sure. Well, a whole it was supposed to be a pan-Catholic movement
Mhm.
to, bring some kind of actual meaning back to religion
Mhm.
in terms of compassion and not killing and enslaving people. Is
Yeah,
that
imagine
so
that.
wrong?
Yeah, it's uneconomical.
Yeah, bad for business. So shoot Romero in the head and rape them nuns.
Oh my God, that's awful.
It was awful. It was
Yes.
absolutely awful. And they were, treated as a laughing stock. And look at how El Salvador's thriving today.
Well, I mean,
Oh,
I
God.
must say they.
Oh,
Let's put it this way.
they make living in Russia look good, man.
Oh yeah. Well, I must say this. I don't have much sympathy for the liberation theologies of Central America because they were too intertwined with communism. I'm sorry, they were just too.
Then
They were.
it couldn't be helped. I mean,
They
fuck's sake.
they were
That was so overwhelming. The whole might of America thrown against them, too.
Yeah.
I mean, shit. The guys that killed him, we trained in Texas.
Oh yeah. Tell people about the
School
of the Americas. Tell people about that. The School of the Americas. Yes.
God awful. I mean, that's the place where they make you get a puppy and take care of it and then have to strangle it. Shit like that.
Yes.
That's
right. Yeah.
They're there to break you and remake you, baby.
Yeah. And they remake you in the image of something horrible. Yes.
Yeah.
So here we are with a link from Brendan. Trump tells Iran time is running out for a nuclear deal.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, he pulled out of the nuclear deal. And then all these crises are of his own making. So anyhow, so Brendan, welcome aboard. If you, give us a little news here on how you're doing, how your day is going. I'm sure it's been horrible since it was at work. Yeah, and but we'll see if he wants to come off mute. If not, Holly and I can still continue talking. Obviously, I'll be diving into monologues. So, Holly, I timestamped my latest episode. So if you take a look at my latest episode, I timestamped the final hour in which I went full-blown monologue. And when I went full-blown monologue for the final hour, meaning solo monologue, throughout
Yes.
the rest of the night, I was doing what I call a monodialogue, which means that particularly Brendan was joining in with, commentary.
Yes.
But once we were done with the running commentary, or rather when Brendan faded, I went into full monologue, and that's when I explained, of course, the real danger of the Board of Peace that's been instigated.
Oh,
Yeah, so I went into how that
I'll
is.
have to catch right up on that.
Please do that. Please do that.
Because
I
that
want.
first hour smoked
Yeah.
in of that show. So, oh yeah.
So the final
I'll
hour's
be
time
catching
stamped.
up on
So I
that.
want your review
All
of that.
right.
Yes.
I certainly will. It's so cringy.
Oh, it's awful. No, it's far worse
Yeah.
than you think. It's far worse than you
Oh
think. So
God, I want to know. I'm willing to witness. And I think it's important to know. Better than to not know.
Yeah, and so all such being said, what else is on your mind, Holly, for what is going on
What else?
domestically?
What else would
or
fit? Yeah,
domestically or
that's
foreign? Yeah, that
you've
stands out
hit
to
the
you.
high points. Hey, Winter Olympics in Italy. We talked about that. Oh God, anybody die? Important? No. Uncle Floyd of New Jersey. If there's anybody in the Jersey audience, I weep with you.
Yes. Let me
Oh
welcome.
God, I'm choking.
So welcome at Kitty Cat Samurai.
Crazy
in the
headlines.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, just
Go
at
ahead.
just responding to Kitty Cat Samurai 569, and I will respond to her in a second. I just want to give her a nice little emoji here to welcome her aboard. And so Kitty Cat Samurai 1569 says, "Greetings, Douglas." And she says, "Do you think all this could be staged? The gentleman that got shot and all. What are your thoughts on this?" Well, Brendan Zoget is pretty much convinced that this is all AI, both in the case of Rene Good and Alex Preddy. I, of course, do not agree with that. I believe all of this
I'd
is
like to qualify
Okay, so
before
please.
you
Yeah.
go on. No, I
That.
didn't say it was all AI.
Okay.
I'm saying it was, it has the potential to be staged, and the AI would be the main, that would be the main use of it. And then on
Okay.
top of that, people, because once the video gets out, then a bunch of people go in and quote unquote enhance it with the software. And then the software gets enough of the data to where it could just make up these videos now. Now, like, most of these things are just generated images. That's why that one that T-Tank sent said altered, because none of them are real photos anymore. So the real thing gets suppressed no matter what, because of,
Okay. And so that being said, the purpose of the PSYOP would be to instigate a civil war, yes? Or something else?
Yeah, at the bare minimum.
Okay.
It's just, yeah, there you go.
And by the way, now tell us, before I go on with answering Kitty Cat Samurai, okay, that's Brendan's stance. I would like him to say how his day went and all the rest of that, but first I'd like to say that my stance is I understand his cynicism. I understand and appreciate his cynicism. I do not agree with that in this case. I do believe that these are very organic incidents. However, they are bizarre. They're bizarre in the sense that the murder of Rene Good took place in front of an enormous Tyrannosaurus Rex statue. That is bizarre. And Holly, if you have any thought on that, did you notice that or did you catch that?
No, I missed that hilarity. But I tell you, as far as what Brendan's saying, that's only going to get worse.
Yes.
If that isn't happening now, it will be tomorrow.
Well, one thing that we do know is that the Trump maladministration
happening yet.
The Trump maladministration has no qualms about
Nothing.
abusing AI. They've abused AI already multiple times.
Yeah.
So they will abuse AI. So you have to question what you're seeing based on that. It's where I was angry
From
with,
both sides.
yeah,
But the homeowner, the
yeah,
home user can
yeah,
play with it too. So
well,
that's why
uh,
reality has been completely shattered
yeah, but then again,
into chaos.
I was expressing the
Yeah.
where it came to the insanity with the Kant I was dealing with in Germany, Munich, Germany. That one who was seeking to know more about Max Spears,
Yes.
was when she said my images were AI.
Right.
That was beyond offensive because AI is
Yeah.
not that good. AI cannot produce the details. That
Number one.
yeah, that
And number two, they were
they
pre-homeowner
were
AI.
yeah,
you
they were
know.
pre-homeowner AI.
Yeah.
Yes, everything I was showing her. So it's but it just goes to show just how people don't want to believe what they're saying. They don't want to believe what they're saying, and
Certainly not.
and but yeah, all that being said, when it comes to the situation with what Brendan is saying, no, I don't believe that, but it's still bizarre when and look it up, Holly. Look up the images of Tyrannosaurus Rex near the Rene
No,
Good
that's
murder.
wild.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's just an enormous Tyrannosaurus Rex statue that she died in front of.
God.
And it's bizarre. But nevertheless, people who are conspiracy theorists like Marjorie Taylor Good feel that this is being a psyop to instigate civil war. Of course, my stance is that we are headed towards a civil war inexorably. This is not part of any attempt to instigate one. Rather, this is simply the behavior of the enemy, and they're completely incompetent, they're completely callous, they're completely stupid, and they're completely oblivious.
So is she saying white people are going to get themselves killed to start a civil war?
No, I think Marjorie Taylor Good is not defaming any of the victims. I just think that she feels
Just
that
trying to
ICE
get clear.
is that ICE is she feels ICE is intentionally killing people to provoke a civil war.
Yeah.
But that gives them too much credit. It's
Oh, well, it's certainly, a provocateur kind of.
well, make no
Because
mistake
half
about
the country thinks, oh, look,
Yeah.
those people
But-
tried to stop them, so they deserved it.
Yeah. Well, remember, Trump's perspective on this is he's not thinking like I'm thinking. His processing is demented, and it's completely different from your processing or mine. He is trying to instigate conflict. He is
To lock it down.
Yes,
Yeah.
he is definitively trying to escalate, but he feels in his mind that the escalation is always under control. To him, this is all reality TV. To him, it cannot get out of control. To him, it is a production set. There is no room in his
Interesting, yeah.
mind that this will
Right.
get out of control. To him, that he's the director, the producer, all in one. He's the writer, director, producer, all in one, and this is just his homemade video, and he's going to escalate where he can slam down. So he thinks that all of this is going to always be in his control, and that he has total capacity to generate the problem and then solve the problem, quote unquote.
Well, and his cabinet is holding on to that belief
Yes.
very tightly as well.
Yes.
Now you got Tulsi Gabbard,
Yeah.
not fired, but
Yeah.
somewhere in a cage.
Yeah.
Susie Wiles, which I still say that was significant. She
Yeah.
was his first hire for chief of fucking staff.
Mhm.
What happened with her was just weird. Like the dementia, she's starting to tell the truth. So she's in a cage somewhere.
Yeah. Well, there you have it. It's-
Cash is still surviving. No,
Of
maybe
course.
next. Everybody loves Miller in that group, so he ain't going anywhere. And none of it, and fucking Bondi, for God's sake.
Yeah, it's
You want to talk about aging? She's aging by the day.
yes. Well, they all they're all horrible people.
And that awful Catherine Levitt.
Yeah.
Let's not forget, She's pregnant.
Oh, that's a horrible thought.
Yeah.
And
I wanted to share that
yeah,
to ease my own burden
yes, yes.
with
So
the knowledge
yeah.
that there's a fetus in there.
Oh God,
Oh
that's
shit,
horrible.
that's fucked up.
Yeah, most certainly
Oh
so. Most
man.
certainly so.
Mm.
So, dear Brendan, what were you going to say about your day? How's your day been going? Any new horror stories? I'm certain there's a plethora of them. Like the way that you helped to rewild San Francisco the other day by inspiring a cougar to come in. Well, a mountain lion, technically. Big ass paws. 1 block south, 1 block west of me. Maybe it was, well, it was in Lafayette Park for a while.
Wow.
Yeah, it was, yeah, it
That
stopped,
poor thing had lost its way.
yeah, stopped into
That is
a,
desperation. You
yeah,
know, when you got to get in those trash cans.
yeah.
Come
Well, it wasn't
on.
after anything in the trash, honey. This apex predator. It was going after
No, it's
raccoons.
not going to
Yeah,
take
it's good.
down a policeman.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, it was going to take down
Shit.
raccoons, dogs.
Yeah,
It
which
was,
would be a favor to the city.
yeah. It was larking and sporting with the bow wows
Right.
in Aline Dog Park. But yeah,
Oh
he might
yeah.
have curled up in the bushes waiting for DoorDash. That it would, but
Right. Oh yeah.
yeah,
They're sharp. Animals are getting smarter.
yes, no, they're,
Strangely.
yeah,
Yeah.
coyotes are everywhere. Did you hear about the coyote that they filmed swimming to Alcatraz Island?
I
He
oh
got on,
God, I
reached
saw
it too.
something about a coyote,
Yes,
but I don't think it was that.
yes,
Swimming to Alcatraz. Holy shit.
yes, made it
What'd
too.
they do? Pull it on the boat?
No, it made it to Alcatraz, and
Holy shit.
so it's on Alcatraz now, which means the tourists and the park rangers will feed it,
My
or ship
God.
it back to the mainland, one or the other. I
That
can't.
coyote's famous.
Yes, yes,
YouTube famous.
yeah, and so
Whoa.
I'm gonna put this into the text box here. If you want to, you can take a look
Yeah.
at the mountain lion, and so here we are. This is
All
Reddit San
trussed
Francisco.
up. I saw a picture.
Yes, there you are.
All
So then you
trussed
see.
up and ball gagged.
Oh,
That
they
poor
re-released it.
thing.
They re-released it after tranquilizing it. Oh.
Yeah,
Mm.
back to certain starvation.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, come on. It's
Hey, it's hard to
it
be an
was big.
apex predator if you're not hooked up to Wall Street.
Yeah, but yeah, no kidding. I get it, but it was still. Look, it's pretty big, okay? It made it this far.
It is
It's
big.
eating something. It's eating
Yeah.
something out there.
Yeah.
So I don't know about this poor starving thing. Yeah. But
Oh man, if you were walking to a pizza,
yeah.
who knows?
Yeah, and so Brendan's typing. Brendan, can you talk? I mean, Jesus Christ, feel free to use your voice. I mean, the typing is maddening. We tolerate it with T-Tank because T-Tank doesn't like to come on.
I'll go away soon too.
Oh, well, no need to. He says, whether
Mhm.
real or not, they are ritual killings. Yes. Well, there we are.
Wait,
No,
what was?
but he's talking about, Preddy and Good, but, it's like,
Oh yeah.
it's like, look, well, a ritual killing is meaningless without a real person being killed, okay? So, it's someone was killed to make a ritual killing, all right? You don't like fake a ritual killing. There's no point. So yeah, believe me, people died. They died, and
Ice has been blooded.
yeah, ice has been blooded, and that's I'll put that into some perspective. Anyhow, Brendan's always welcome to interject, just like he did when I started, speaking for him. He's always welcome to interject. I do want people to know that I'm heading into monologue by. Let's give some credit to people who have contributed. Denise Edward. There were no instructions provided per anonymity here, so I will credit her. Denise Edward. She contributed $5 twice, 10 United
Oh,
States dollars. And
bless her.
yeah, cute. from a lady, I'll accept that. Bless you, honey. And MEMorszád Khosrowmanish, Iranian, who knows quite a bit about Iran, and he is of the Douglas Dietrich Podiatric Aid Program. In other words, promises to send some shoes. His contribution did not process until after last live stream uploaded. So that was 25 United States dollars from MEMorszád Khosrowmanish. Hope he's out there to hear that. And Brooke Hagberg with her auto payment of 100 United States dollars from out of Canada. Goddess bless her. Love her dearly.
Ever faithful.
Yes. Holly Kiefer contributed 100 United States dollars, which I cashed. Goddess bless her. Everybody maintain Holly in your thoughts and prayers.
Please do.
Yes, and the ever-loving Amy Como of the Douglas Dietrich
That's
Podiatric
right.
Aid Program says she's either sending shoes or contribution towards that effect. And of course, 100 United States dollars slid through the mail slot by T-Tank Berry. Again, a case where I say, of all people, T-Tank, worry about yourself. I'll try and have a private conversation with you after the opening week or so of February, because I've got to take care of, first off, a dental problem in the opening days of February 1st. Another little carie developing near the gum line of, one of the molars. At any rate, so many world leaders are attacking Europe that Great Britain's new spy chieftainess has a new mission. Blaze.
I'm going to switch over, Douglas, but I'm not leaving.
All right. Love you dearly,
Okay.
honey. And interject whenever you wish. Okay?
Thank you.
All right,
Love
honey.
you.
Love you dearly.
You run.
Thank you.
All right.
All right,
All right.
darling. And as I've said, there's so many world leaders attacking Europe now that Great Britain's new spy chieftainess has a new mission. Blaise Metreweli. She's revamping the legendary MI6 for an era of conflict in Europe. Donald Trump, Xi Jinping, Vladimir Putin, and Volodymyr Zelensky don't agree on much, but they all affirm that Europe is weak and annoying. It's fashionable to pick on Europe, but the insults say as much about the leaders that are lobbing them as about the real-life place. Let's start with what a crazy week in Davos added up to after Trump's Board of Peace cracked the BRICS wall, or rather the wall built by Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. The myth of a global south resisting American imperial hegemony melted away in Davos. Since the private jets went wheels up in Davos, Switzerland last Friday, geopolitical news hasn't exactly slowed down. Trilateral talks in Abu Dhabi between Russia, Ukraine, and these United States concluded without any breakthrough, while Russian airstrikes knocked out power for 1 million Ukrainians battling freezing temperatures. Amid Phase 2 of the United States President Donald Trump's 20-point plan for Gaza, and as his Board of Peace was unveiled in Switzerland, with Netanyahu on board no less, Israel continued to bombard Palestinians daily. And aboard Air Force One, on his way back to these United States, Trump's talk of an encroaching armada seemed to reignite the possibility of an American imperial military intervention in Iran following a month of protestations there. The United States President Donald Trump's launch of the Board of Peace at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland last week has been condemned as an imperial project and mocked for the motley crew that it attracted. Yet the derision cannot mask the geopolitical audacity of the initiative. Whether or not it succeeds, Trump's Board of Peace already amounts to the most sweeping attempt to modify, if not supplant, the global order established in 1945. Unlike the many rhetorical assaults on the United Nations over the decades, Trump has produced a format and potential institution intended to one day rival the United Nations. The Board of Peace began as a mechanism with a limited mandate to promote peace and reconstruction in the Gaza following its pummeling by Israel after the brutal Hamas attack of October in 2023. Last November, United Nations Security Council Resolution 2803 authorized Trump personally to lead this board. Trump has boldly expanded that mandate to cover peace and security beyond the Gaza. Indeed, the Gaza is not even mentioned once. Not a single word references the Gaza in his charter. He has not bothered to deny the growing accusations that his real objective is to marginalize the Security Council itself. Even ignoring the deluge of all the aforesaid, what happened at the World Economic Forum's annual meeting still feels seismic. A crazy week heralding perhaps even a sea change in world affairs, with the drama of the summit otherwise boiling down to a tale of twa speeches. Trump's, a rambling and bullying affair in which he followed Greenland threats by announcing his plan to acquire the subcontinental super island via a future deal, and the Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney's, an eloquent exposition of the dangers of a world where might makes right, that he described, his speech described it all, as a rupture in the world order. The fact that Trump backed down from his Greenland threats hours after he articulated them didn't make Carney's speech any less momentous. America's closest allies have been slow to push back against Trump's belligerence, but Trump's own foul words and misactions, including most recently at Davos, have exposed the folly of that approach. Trump has done just about everything balance of threat theory warns against. And now the United States' friends and neighbors are finally distancing themselves and making other arrangements. Carney's speech outlining this shift prompted a standing ovation. Still, one wonders whether the so-called middle powers, as Carney identifies Canada and others, can really pick up the pieces of a rapidly deteriorating global order. One scenario is that they manage only little more than small, ad hoc, and circumstantial coalitions, barely able to keep up with the sweep of events. Given those events' seemingly increasing speed and volume, it all brings us to Donald Trump as Demolition Man under the doomsday clock of climate catastrophe, and the fact that there aren't any penguins in Greenland, having pushed CEOs to the breaking point. Yes, all that sounds like a non sequitur. It is not. Just keep listening. Scientists created the doomsday clock as a symbolic representation of how close humanity is to destroying the world. The timepiece just got reset, and it's now the closest it's ever been to midnight, because Trump is urging Americans to embrace a suicidal penguin as the doomsday clock hits 85 seconds to the witching hour and the final extinguishment of the human race. Bad news, and yet, considering the hour at hand, what is driving gold's relentless rally amidst all this? No matter, the price of gold has kept heading up regardless. It's broken through $5,000 per ounce for the first time and is already higher than some forecasts for the end of 2026. Now, credit to Brendan Zogit for bringing the suicidal penguin to my attention, and credit to T-Tank Berry for bringing the fact to my attention that gold may yet surpass $6,000 an ounce. Obviously, Americans are increasingly pessimistic about the economy, and CEOs long silent on Trump's immigration crackdown, seem to hit their breaking point over the killing of Alex MEMqədy in Minnesota. As well, a federal judge has cast doubt on Donald Trump's authority to build an enormous new White House ballroom. If that project stalls out, that will serve as a potent metaphor for a presidency adept at breaking, but bad at creating. Here's what Trump voters said in 2024. I voted for Trump because he's gonna fix the economy. Now, the value of the United States dollar has plummeted by over 10% after the first year of Trump's second midterm. Unemployment and inflation rates have also gone up. Meanwhile, Trump's personal net worth has grown by over $1.5 billion United States dollars. The Conference Board's Consumer Confidence Index fell to its lowest level since 2014, well below Wall Street's expectations. Respondents' views on the labor market and business conditions worsened between December and January, and they cited the rising cost of necessities such as groceries and health care. President Donald Trump's absolute unpredictability is driving investors to look for a safe haven. One analyst has concurred that they're finding it in assets like gold and silver. And this was an assessment that was rendered public, but yesterday, just last week. The price of silver surpassing $100 for the first time on Friday into this last weekend, while gold neared a record 5,000 United States dollars, continuing a massive rally as geopolitical uncertainty has intensified in a year that started off with the United States' capture of Venezuela's Nicolás Maduro. While the price of precious metals typically would have been expected to fall after Trump dropped his tariff threats over Greenland, Chris Weston, head of research at Pepperstone, told Reuters that gold increasingly looks like a hedge against Trump as the U.S. president and the absolute unpredictability that comes with it. It's all about the ease of destruction, people. Destruction is easier than construction. If Donald Trump's decades as a real estate developer didn't teach him that, his time as president might. In October, the maladministration bulldozed the east wing of the White House in order to build a ballroom Trump wants to put on the site. Although Trump had promised over the summer that the project wouldn't interfere with the current building, workers raised the entire structure, which was constructed in 1902 and expanded in 1942. Trump managed this the same way he has so much in his second midterm. He simply didn't ask permission from any of the possible relevant authorities, including Congress, and acted so fast that no court could restrain him. In order to circumvent the legislature's power of the purse, he sought donations from private corporations and individuals. The demolition was hardly the most egregious misaction that Trump has mistaken as president, but it captured popular and media attention because it was a clear metaphor. Trump had secretively demolished part of a building that belongs to the people of the United States, treating it as his own private property. That metaphor becometh more potent yet. Recent events suggesting that the gaping hole where the East Wing once was may lie there, exposed, undeveloped, and contested for quite some time. In a court hearing last week, Richard Leon, the federal judge appointed by George W. Bush, skewered the government lawyers representing the maladministration against a challenge to the ballroom, which would be as tall as the original executive mansion and have nearly double its footprint. Although a law enables the executive branch to conduct maintenance on the building without congressional authorization, Leon said it was never intended to cover $400 million projects. A Justice Department attorney suggested that Trump's ballroom was similar to previous renovations, including a pool added decades ago, but Leon was not having it, saying, "The Gerald Ford swimming pool? You compare that to ripping down the East Wing and building a new East Wing? Come on!" Such reactions from a judge are not generally considered favorable, well, any favorable omen for a litigant. Leon has not issued a ruling yet, and whatever he concludes is likely to be appealed. But the hearing suggests the real possibility that Trump will be unable to construct anything in the East Wing's place, leaving just an empty site and idled construction equipment. Destruction followed by stagnation is obviously the working modus operandi, or the non-working MO, indeed the inevitable outcome for all of Trump's less tangible and visible changes to our federal government. Consider last week's clash over Greenland. Trump threatened European and Canadian leaders with tariffs and unspecified future consequences, culminating in Trump settling for a tentative deal that appears to closely resemble the existing arrangement, but not before creating bad blood and encouraging Europe to think of these United States as not much of a friend. Trump has the capacity to tear down the global international order, but he has neither the plans nor the wherewithal to rebuild anything in its place. Similarly, Doge found it relatively easy to destroy USAID or USAID, but the maladministration hasn't been able to create any new way of extending soft power around the globe. Leveling threats of tariffs on adversaries and allies alike has been relatively easy, but the result has been a weakening of the economy and all American trade ties, and a crumbling of the old global trade system. Trump has been unable to bring any huge boom of manufacturing jobs and factories to American shores at all. Trump's aggressive mass immigration enforcement has mass deported so many people, led so many people to leave the country, it has self-deport, and discouraged so many people from coming. In other words, discouraged all immigration, that American population growth has slowed dramatically between June of 2024, near the end of the Biden misadministration, and July of 2025, according to numbers released this week by the Census Bureau itself. Yet the rights, the Russo-radicalized rights, hope for pronatalist policies, taking away all rights of a woman to control her own body through what are called pro-natalist or pro-baby or pro-life. In other words, policies that take a woman's body out of her own control as men rape and impregnate her at will, that would try to drive up our birth rates the Republican way, have amounted to naught. In other words, nothing at all. No babies are being born. There's no baby boom. We have reduced population growth, or a birth dearth, generating a sinking population, should it come to that threatens our economic growth even more. Trump no longer even talks about fully repealing the ACA, the Affordable Care Act. He and Republicans have now adopted a strategy of slowly bleeding the program. The Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent-controlled Congress allowed subsidies to lapse at the end of 2025, helping produce a big drop in the number of people insured under the ACA. But despite offering concepts of a plan during the presidential campaign and rolling out a great healthcare plan this month, experts concur that Trump still hasn't put together anything resembling a real blueprint for improving health insurance. Meanwhile, the Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert Fitzgerald Kennedy Jr., seems to be having much more luck undermining the existing institutions and practices of American public health than remaking our nation's practices in his idiosyncratic image. Now, Brendan, I hear you on the off mute finally. Are you doing okay?
Oh, am I off mute?
Yes.
No, of course not.
Tell us how you're doing.
I mean, it's just the status quo, just the usual, character assassination attacks from all these crazy weirdos.
God. What are they saying now? Or do you care to even share that? Perhaps we'll speak of
Oh,
that.
no, I could share it. I could share it as a matter of record, in fact, that this lady, she said, I haven't done something in over 2 weeks. We'll just leave it vague. And I come to check it, and it's completely done. So at this point, they're just resorting to just false reports, and it's just, totally insane. I mean, they're just losing their marbles.
Well, I mean, what happens if the objective is to get rid of you? Getting rid of you would destroy them. They have nothing.
They're self-destructive, just like you're seeing all these weirdos. Like, why would you go to a protest with a gun and jump in front of people? It's just like
thank you.
It's just where we're at.
Yes.
Just mindless.
Yeah.
What is the old proverb? To cut your own nose to spite your face, kind of shit.
Yes. And by the way, of course, we want to reinforce the fact that ICE should not have killed this man, should not have done anything to this man, but nevertheless, his doing what he did is suicidal, knowing that ICE would do what they would do. I mean, we all know that if you saw ICE coming down the street, you'd walk the other way, right, Brendan? Or run as fast. Good, yeah. So there we have that.
You don't go to the den of the devil, it's just
So tell us, I want everyone to know, of course, that I'll probably end the show early tonight and get myself some sleep, but I'll go monologuing as long as I possibly can, as long as I can stand it. But in the meantime,
I'll let you carry on.
Well, Brendan, what about aside from that, any other thoughts on our mountain lion in area? I mean, certainly that was so symbolic. Its timing was pretty intense. So I don't know if we should mention it publicly yet, but we'll get to it eventually. But let's everybody know that there was kind of a coincidence going on here, a real synchronicity with that mountain lion in San Francisco.
Yeah.
And,
wasn't that the neighborhood? Wasn't that neighborhood the park nearby where you're at?
Yes.
Very close.
Yeah, definitely.
So, there you go.
And
and apparently the cougar had been tagged before.
Oh, so I didn't know that.
It's a known,
Okay.
Well, I heard from my anthropological / naturalist, fear that it has been tagged by the Department of Park and Rec or something like that.
Okay, that makes sense.
Some wildlife department out there in the bay. So.
All right. So that makes it even more use to people, which makes it more dangerous. Yeah. So that's holy shit. Cool. And thank you for sharing that. Any other thoughts on things going on domestically or internationally we should be paying attention to? You sent the link on Iran, the fleet heading in that direction. Your own thoughts, Brendan?
Oh, I mean, it's like shooting fish in a barrel. It's like, why keep threatening? Just do it. No, not that I want to see people get blown up, but, it's like he's like what's the word for it? Where it's like, oh, I'm gonna do it, like an old person with like a rolled up newspaper. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it.
Yeah. Oh, he makes me sick.
It's like just either you do it or you don't.
He's too chicken shit. He's too fucking chicken shit, obviously. Yeah. That piece of shit. So, okay.
What do you think about Mr. Putin doing the church thing?
It's meaningless.
Isn't that beautiful?
Yeah. Oh God.
He did the sign of the cross. Please. He's converted.
Oh please. Yeah. Enough of that. That's just a joke.
He did it on camera. That's got to count for something, man.
Oh no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It really doesn't. It's just sacrilege. It's a form of he's desacralized the church that you're talking.
He's outlawed all Satanists.
Yeah, there you go. That's easy enough to do. Yes. Oh, please. Especially since they put him in power. Uh, so there you go with that. You know my stance on the son of a bitch, and I'll get to talking about him more enough soon enough. Within minutes. So
Well,
okay.
I think the big story that I don't know if you maybe you talked about it while Vin was there, but the dollar is dissolving, its liquidity is dissolving to match the yen because they had to acquiesce to the Japanese.
Tell people about
because the
this.
Japanese run the world.
Yes,
That's
thank you. Because they
something
won the
that
fucking
you-
war. Yes, go on.
Yeah, so the Japanese are going through a monetary crisis, and America capitulated by, basically making our currency more liquid against other foreign currencies. And no one's talking about this for some reason. So
Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. And
the only explanation is that we did it to support Japan and the yen,
thank you.
because there's no other interpretation.
Excellent. Excellent. I appreciate you bringing that up. Very important and profoundly appreciated. And feel free to.
Here are the stats. It says here, the Fed will start U.S. dollar intervention for the first time since 2011. Federal Reserve is preparing for a market stabilization currency operation. This is not routine. This is a structural event with global consequence. Forget short term, forget noise. This is actually happening. The US is stepping in to support the Japanese yen. The only way to do that is by weakening the US dollar. This is not speculation. This is how currency intervention works. Bullet point 1, Japan's bond yields are at multi-decade highs. The yen has been under sustained pressure, and the USD / Japanese yen reach extreme stress. When currency market research shows this, current central banks cannot wait. They have to act. This is a signal that most people missed. The New York Fed conducted rate checks on the USD to Japanese yen. Historically, this is the final step before direct intervention. No official announcement was needed because the markets immediately reacted. Same thing happened in 1985, where dollars were sold, foreign currencies were bought, USD was intentionally devalued. The historic result was the dollar index fell 50%. US dollar to Japanese yen collapsed from 260 to 120, or it roughly is today, and the yen effectively doubled. Markets followed it. Similar playbook in 1999. Japan alone failed. This is just what the writer is saying, by the way. US and Japan together succeeded. Coordination changes everything. So when the US sells dollars and buys yen, dollar weakens, global liquidity improves, and assets begin to reprise.
So send me that link, please, by all means, if you could send me that.
I did.
Oh, you did? It's in the private messages?
Yeah, it's here. I'll link it again here.
Yeah, link it again here, too, into the infinite call. Sometimes it's easier.
Yeah, and the graphs are there. The graphs are there and everything.
So. Excellent. Thank you. And appreciate that profoundly. And, of course, feel free to interject with such things anytime you wish. They're always welcome.
Yeah, but the proof of this is the gold is at, like, I mean, I don't even want to call it all-time high. It's at this nuclear level. It's 55, almost $6,000 or something.
Yes.
Per ounce.
Yes.
So it's,
what do you make of what?
Crashed.
Yeah. What do you make of what our man T. Tankberry sent? He
I didn't really see it. What do you think?
Oh, it was about the gold. It was about the gold. So he sent it.
Let me review it here.
Scroll up, scroll up on the infinite call. He had a couple of screenshots there, and maybe you could help you interpret that for us. And of course, our man is panning for gold. We wish him all the best of luck, and every
6,000 an ounce. Yeah, gold futures 5,400. Yeah. No, yeah, it's because the dollar is going down to an extreme level. I mean, it's the most the dollar's ever fallen probably in recent history, at least for the last 40, 50 years since the 80s. So. There you go.
Okay. And so all that being said, it's what do you recommend?
And it's a deliberate move. It's a deliberate
move. Yeah. Okay.
Well, there's nothing we can really do. We just have to hope that they stabilize it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so far, they're doing what monetary, the whole Fed is designed to do, is to stabilize the market. So hopefully, and I don't think they're going to let, chimpanzee touch any of it. So chimpanzee Cheeto. So I think it should be okay. And that's an insult to the ape.
Yes, to the primate. Yes, thank you. And so definitely appreciate it. Okay. Now, again, interject whenever you feel like it. And even if all of the things that we said before we went into the tangent concerning the dollar and the yen, when we were speaking about the ACA, the Affordable Care Act, and everything that preceded, even if these things are ultimately achieved, the difficulty and cost of doing so is likely to be much greater than Trump has promised to voters. The same is true of the ballroom project. The president first said it would cost $200 million. By October, the price tag had risen to $300 million. In December, the maladministration quoted a $400 million figure. Anyone can guess what the final bill might be if the ballroom is ever built. But given the private funding, each jump in the cost creates...
Did you review the latest on that fiasco? Other than the cost?
Well, just to finalize...
So it turns out that it's...
Yeah.
Okay,
Go on.
Yeah,
just to finalize my train of thought, each jump in the cost creates new opportunities for donors to buy influence directly from the president, which is what this is turning into, is a gimmick for buying Trump's favor. But go on. Yes, explain what you were going to explain. It's important. Brendan?
Yeah, it turns out that whatever structure was supposed to be there with the first construction company is no longer the same, because the secondary construction company that was contracted was supposed to have built like structures that are reinforced, which is why they did work on the Pentagon post-attack, and they also build underground bunkers and fortified structures. So it turns out they're actually building down into the ground as opposed to above ground as of right now. So people are speculating this could be some sort of addition to the underground facilities that are already present in that, structure.
Well, that makes sense.
But for some reason, I guess they needed more room for when they, start the apocalypse or whatever.
Yeah.
They needed extra.
Well,
something.
Well, you can never have enough room once you start the apocalypse. You need as big a bunker as possible.
Right. So that's what it turns out. It's actually supposed to be that, as opposed to anything.
Yes.
Above ground and showy. So that explains some of it.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you for that. No, that's important. Thank you. And always interject whenever you feel the need to do so. Now, some Democrats have said that any new president who replaces Trump should move promptly to tear down his ballroom. If the project never moves forward, of course, they'll have no need. Perhaps they could instead leave the empty site itself, a fitting monument to the Trump mispresidency. And this brings us to the Minneapolis effect itself, because one thing is becoming clear for leaders in these volatile and polarizing times: there's strength in numbers. After the deadly shooting of MEMqədy by agents in Minneapolis, the second such fatality this month amid President Trump's immigration crackdown in city, leaders are finally speaking out. By the way, checking into this from Brendan. So here we are. This is probably a link to Brendan's, what Brendan was speaking of with underground construction, presumably. Okay, so fortunately, don't have the voice on. There we are. White House could build a bunker under the new ballroom. Excellent point, Brendan, and well taken. Now, in an open letter from the Minnesota Chamber of Commerce, more than 60 CEOs from local companies that included 3M, Best Buy, Cargill, General Mills, Land O'Lakes, Target, Excel Energy, and United Health Group called for an immediate de-escalation of tensions. One executive telling Sugar Daddy, who is my son's husband, who we maintain in anonymity for security purposes, "These raids are terrorizing our community. We have to speak up without making things worse." Exhibit A. Target, which was once again the focus of angry protests after an employee and United States citizen was pulled out of a store during an immigration raid in Richfield, Minnesota. Last year, the company faced a backlash for rolling back diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. But Minnesota is just the most visible battleground right now. At the World Economic Forum in Davos last week, my son's husband heard a lot of comments about the relative silence of leaders. In a conversation with Scott Galloway, he described Europe as Germany and the 26 dwarfs for not standing behind the Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney after his bold speech, which resulted in more threats of retaliation. At USA House, Ed Beth asked a Republican executive about whether the clashes in Minnesota might impact celebrations around the 250th anniversary of our Constitution. He admitted to being worried, saying, "The goal is right, but we need to rethink the strategy to achieve it." Well, let me take a look at some more incoming here. U.S. Fed. The United States Fed keeps rates unchanged despite Trump pressure. The Federal Reserve has decided to keep rates between 3.5% to 7.5%. The 12 Fed governors voting against the move and instead backing a rate cut, while 10 officials were in favor of leaving it as is. Okay, so, all right, let me upvote that. And so tell us the significance of these other links, Brendan. Here we are from DW. Deutsche Bank raided in a money laundering probe. And okay, there you go with that. Your thoughts on this, Brendan? If any, do share them before I go back to doing the best I can to stay awake until maybe midnight or at least 11. For those of you who don't know, I haven't slept for days too much.
Dang, you sound jacked up. Yeah.
You're kidding, right? You're being sarcastic, right?
No, you sound like you're like about to croak.
You mean, so you don't mean jacked up. Jacked up would imply amped. You mean I sound like I'm cracked out or something, or maybe crapped
turfed,
out.
Like
Turfed. Thank you. Yes. No, I'm barely here. I'm hanging on by the fingernails. No, I've been taking cat naps, but haven't really had the 12-hour sleep period that I need to recover. So, tell us your thoughts on Deutsche Bank. Yeah, tell us your thoughts.
Oh, it's just like, I mean, everyone knew it was a money laundering scheme. I don't know why they took them so long. I mean, they kept bailing out T-Man, so maybe they finally just said, we're fed up with him, so we might as well just get the paperwork.
Yeah,
something like that. So that's my assumption.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Man, you're gonna put everyone to sleep.
I'll beat him to it if I can. At any rate, in Silicon Valley, criticism of ICE tactics is mounting in the techno community. The ex-META chief, AI scientist Jan LeCun, wrote "murderers" while posting footage on X. The venture capitalist John O'Farrell, previously of A16Z, used the platform to criticize peers, wondering how the eager tech enablers of this regime, including some of my former VC friends and partners, are rationalizing this atrocity. Is all the crypto and AI money in the world really worth this? For a growing number of leaders on all sides of the political spectrum, the answer is no. The aggressive tactics on immigration have to stop. Trump voters in 2025 would then say, I voted for Trump because he supports the Second Amendment. Trump says it was
Too late.
Alex. Yeah, go on. Go on.
I said too late.
Yeah, thank you.
He was yeah. They asked him about that dude that the dude that got blasted by the the troopers.
Yeah.
And he said he had a gun. He was bad. He shouldn't have done that. And then so now NRA had to call him and say like, no, we gave you money, stop. And so he had to backtrack.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
but still what Trump said was that it was
what he said.
Yeah, he said it was Alex Preddy's own fault that he died because, to quote his Trump verbatim, anyone who brings a gun to a protest is a terrorist. There you go.
Except when it's that one Rittenhouse dude.
Yeah, there you go.
They stood behind him like no problem.
Oh,
and
yeah.
He killed people, I'm pretty sure.
Yo, he killed two. And critically injured one for life. Yeah, he crippled one and killed two others. Motherfucker. Yeah.
So they were comparing the two, and it's like, it just doesn't add up.
Yeah. There you have it. Yeah. Well, this brings us to the point of the mission in Minneapolis. And as a former combatant myself, I don't want to use the term combat Marine because I don't want to be affiliated with the Marines, but as a former combatant, both within the official auspices of the United States and without, I know a mission when I see one. And in the span of a 14 night, that's the old in English for fortnight, literally 14 nights, it is 12 weeks, ICE and Border Patrol operations in Minneapolis have resulted in the deaths of 12 Minnesotans. In law enforcement, murder is never the mission. The Minneapolis police chief, Brian
they were
O'Hara,
getting death cards. I don't know if you saw that.
Tell us about this.
Apparently, allegedly, one of these cards was found somewhere. They left it in a car or something. Because they're just spaced, they're drunk or something. Mm-hmm. So they left this little card, and it had the Ace of Spades, which is known as that's
the death card. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, it's the death card, but it's for assassins. You get the Ace of Spades and shit for killing people.
Mm-hmm.
It's
yeah,
some kind of probably some stupid John Wick shit or something. Who knows? I forget what reference it's from, but some comic book or something.
Well, that's as old as time. That's always been the case. Yeah. The Ace of Spades is something that you use for marking death. But go on.
Yeah, so they were getting these cards, and basically you traded in for something when you kill someone, or it had someone's name on it. It was like a little prize. They're working off of. I mean, these people are working off of children level logic. Like, you kill them, we give you card, like Pokemon cards, trading cards.
Yeah,
something like that.
I get it. No, thank you.
Let me see if I can find it, and I don't know if it's verified, but if it's true, that's definitely interesting.
Yeah, provide the link regardless. Thank you.
Yeah.
The Minneapolis police chief, Brian O'Hara, has publicly stated that in 2025, the Minneapolis Police Department recovered roughly 900 guns from the street and arrested hundreds of violent offenders and did not kill a single person. Let that sit with you, because in law enforcement, murder is never the mission. If the Minneapolis Police Department didn't kill anyone in an entire year of active policing, Minnesotans and all Americans are right to ask why ICE and the Border Patrol have killed 12 people in a single state in 12 weeks. The answer is uncomfortable, but unavoidable. Either the killing is their mission, or they are operating outside of any and all accountability. Here we are from Brendan. There we are. ICE agents. Got it. And then he adds the Q. ICE agents leave Ace of Spades death cards on detained immigrants' cards. There we are.
Okay, as a side note, I didn't add that Q. It just showed up when I copy and pasted it.
Interesting.
So that was weird.
Yeah,
Actually.
to say the least. I like it. Yeah. That's our boy from the other side having his laugh.
Yeah,
Yeah.
something like that. Because I didn't type anything. I just
Yeah.
copy and pasted, and then it said Q.
Yeah. That is weird.
Capital Q.
Capital Q.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's weird. Yeah.
That's him talking from the other side. Ether guru, if you will. He's force ghosting us. So
Well, you know.
yeah. All that having been said, thank you.
So apparently they were putting them, if you read the subtitle, it says they were putting these death cards on detained people's cars.
It's a mark for death. They're marking them for death.
Whatever reason. Yeah.
Well, that's what it means.
If they already caught him, why would they do that? I don't get it.
Because they're killing their
calling card.
families by taking the breadwinner. They're killing the entire family. So you're marked for death by we're taking away daddy who's feeding you. That's general, or your mommy who's doing her duties. They're consigning the family to death by taking even one individual from the family. You take one, you kill them all. That's what it means. Now, thank you. All this having been articulated, Trump voters in 2026 would say, I voted for Trump because he's a genius about everything. Now, you might have heard me credit you already, Brendan, about Trump bringing to my attention that Trump posted an image of himself holding hands with a penguin in Greenland. There are no wild penguins in Greenland. Now, a video clip from the documentary made during the death of my father, who died, was thanatized, quote unquote, processed by the Veterans Administration. It has murdered in 2007. That very year, a documentary was released titled Encounters at the End of the World, directed by Werner Herzog, which started spreading on social media earlier this month, showing a lone penguin that abandons other penguins to go die alone. The clip is disturbing enough when you know the reason this penguin is walking off into nothingness. But that didn't stop the United States Department of Homeland Security from sharing the clip approvingly on X last week, perfectly illustrating just how bizarre President Donald Trump's misgovernment has become on social media. As best as I can tell, DHS likes the penguin video because it's related to snow and ice, something it connects with Greenland. President Trump has repeatedly said he wants to take over Greenland, which has alarmed European leaders enough that they've dispatched troops to the country to die defending it from an American invasion. It should be noted that Greenland doesn't have any penguins, but the idiots in the Trump maladministration evidently do not know that. The penguin video shared by DHS is edited to include footage of President Trump, Kristi Noem, Border Patrol, and ICE troopers. Viewers, any reviewers would also see unidentified agents storming homes while intentionally comporting themselves in the Russiest manner, aping their overlords in Eurasia or Eurasia. Regardless, the narration explains, but one of them caught our eye, the one in the center. He would neither go towards the feeding grounds at the edge of the ice, nor return to the colony. Shortly afterwards, we saw him heading straight towards the mountains, some 70 kilometers away. Dr. Ainley explained that even if he caught him and brought him back to the colony, he would immediately head right back for the mountains. But why? And with that, I provide a link thereunto, both in our live streaming chat, and I will provide it as well to our infinite call. This will, of course, help to provide some context for everyone involved. There we are. And here we go. The penguin portion is obviously being grossly misinterpreted by Department of Homeland Security as something more akin to a bold explorer setting out to conquer new territory. However, it actually shows a penguin that has gone crazy, according to Herzog's own narration in the full documentary. Werner Herzog posted an Instagram video a couple of days ago to talk about that clip going viral. He explained that he was inspired by the narration for the 1980s TV show Unsolved Mysteries, hosted by Robert Stack. And Herzog talks about the most important part of the viral clip, learning about insanity in penguins that become deranged. Trump has been more explicit about the connection to Greenland in other posts, like one from the White House X account on January 23rd that shows an AI-generated image of a penguin and Trump holding hands. The flag of Greenland appears in the background. The penguin is holding an American flag as it approaches, a symbol of conquering the country. With that, I will enter that link into our text box of Infinite Call and into chat of our live stream so that all of you can access it and hopefully weep. Even if Trump and his cronies don't understand what's actually going on in the viral video clip they shared, it feels appropriate for this crazy moment. The Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists moved the infamous doomsday clock, a symbol of how close that group believes we are to the destruction of the world, to 85 seconds to midnight on Tuesday. The closest.
Okay, I was waiting for you to bring this up because, I mean,
Yeah.
not to take away what you're about to say, but that is so cheesy. So lame. It's like, just set it to 0. I mean, it's already broken. Everything's blown up. I mean, it's like the nukes would at least help at this point. It's like, forget about anything else.
Thank you.
It's like we're swimming in rads. It's like Fallout. It's like when you drink a sip of water, it's just plus 20 rads. You're like losing health points. We're at that point.
Thank you.
Forget about the timer.
Yes.
But anyways.
Yes, but taking into account the context, everything that Brendan has just articulated, which, believe me, I can sympathize with, the clock is the closest it's ever been to the total annihilation of the human species. Now, thank you, Brendan, for what you've said, and I sympathize with it, but the clock is meant to draw attention to the existential threats we face, and this year, they pointed to the modernization of nuclear delivery systems in the Russian, American, and Communist Chinese empires, as well as Trump's plan for the Golden Dome missile system. The group also looked at climate catastrophe and the way that AI is accelerating misinformation, which will only be catastrophic, mass catastrophic, to humanity in its own right. Because our brains are wired to accept what is told to us as truth, the weapon of misdirection is devastating, and it will lead us all en masse to our own destruction. The doomsday clock, as Brendan has articulated, is in many ways a silly relic of the Third World War in effect, so grossly misremembered as the Cold War era, a headline-grabbing way to talk about the threats faced by humanity during any given year. But it's also not wrong. We are self-evidently living through a dangerous time under dangerous leaders. Sourced group having written, our current trajectory is unsustainable. National leaders, particularly those in the United States, Russia, and China, must take the lead in finding a path away from the brink. Citizens must insist they do so. So don't be the penguin. Running away from the colony to die alone is not a good idea. no matter what the Department of Homeland Security is telling you with their stupid little videos. And now we have weeks to go without power, because Trump's national defense strategy means America alone. The death toll from the historic winter storm rose to more than 30 that we know of, and the officials said parts of the South will be without power for weeks, not days. Meanwhile, forecast models are predicting a bomb cyclone off the East Coast this weekend. Last Friday evening, as much of the United States was busy preparing for the historic winter storm, the Department of Defense released the 2026 NDS, or National Defense Strategy. The purpose of an NDS is to give military planners and commanders their marching orders as the Pentagon reorganizes its force posture in line with the president's priorities. This particular document is unusual in that, unlike past iterations of the NDS, it alienates traditional American imperial allies and partners rather than strengthening ties therewith, while preparing the armed forces to fight the ghosts of the past rather than meet the challenges of tomorrow. In other words, Trump the Destroyer has eclipsed Putin the Destroyer, Trump's America having replaced Putin's Russia as the world's most dangerous disruptor. While the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin likes military solutions, the capture of Venezuelan Presidente Nicolás Maduro by the United States was, on balance, a defeat. Moscow measures everything against itself, and the forcible seizure of a leader seen as an illegitimate dictator by both the United States and Europe was worrisome. Russian pro-war commentators have subsequently held up the seizure of Maduro as something Putin should emulate, but Putin won't be losing much sleep over their opinion. The problem for the Kremlin is what the operation means for American misbehavior going forward. First, the capture of Maduro was a classic example of American imperial duplicity. A few hours before Maduro was taken, the United States President Donald Trump spoke to the Venezuelan dictator by phone. And while apparently unsatisfied with the call, he did at least communicate directly with Maduro as a fellow head of state. A few hours later, Maduro was in handcuffs and condemned as a drug trafficker. Trump also often talks to Putin by phone, and is not always happy with their conversations either. The very fact of these interactions is portrayed by Russian propaganda as a sign of comradeship, a bestowal of prestige, and an internationally recognized honor. Now it's clear that a phone call with Trump means nothing. It could even be part of an operation that ends with the humiliating arrest of Trump's interlocutor. It's also worrying for Putin that the seizure of Maduro likely took place with the agreement of part of his inner circle. Aging dictators are chronically fearful of their entourage as the inevitable linchpin for a future power transfer, and it's entirely possible that one elite group could use external forces to try to defeat another in the struggle for the throne. Putin is an aging, and some say ailing leader who has been weakened in the eyes of some members of the elite because of his complete and total failure to win the war in Ukraine. The Russian dictator must also be deeply disconcerted by the fact that instead of toppling an entire regime under the banner of democratization, the Trump maladministration has simply replaced a toxic leader without getting rid of any of his entourage at all. For now, all Maduro's appointees have been left in place in exchange for fully cooperating with Washington. For the Russian dictator, the betrayal of Maduro by those closest to him must look ominous indeed. By the way, what's this, Brendan? I'm gonna like turn on the. It says we've turned on storage sense to optimize storage uses. We've turned on storage sense for you. So let me do a screen share here, Brendan. And give me just a
What are you
second.
storing? Yeah.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, aside from a lot of porn, which we already know, let's take a look at this and see if it's legible here. I'll put on a white background by going to your link. Here we are. So let's get that share and see if it comes up in time. Okay, so I'm sharing now, and it says you're low on disk space. So it's a storage sense is freeing up space on your PC to help it run its best. Synced files that haven't been used recently will become cloud only. So, so storage settings. So we need to take a look at that, right? Or,
yeah, check out the settings to see if it gives you options. That's a pretty big hard drive to fill up.
Okay, so
something must be happening here.
Well, they're probably downloading all kinds of monitoring devices. Cleanup of temporary files. Keep Windows running smoothly by automatically cleaning up temporary system and app files. Automatic user content cleanup is on. Storage sense runs when disk space is low. We clean up enough space to help your system run its best. We cleaned up 23.0 megabytes of space in the past month. I mean, you can read all this, right? Can you see all this?
I'm looking at it. Yeah, just let's not do it while you're running stuff right now. We'll check it later.
Yeah. Okay, then. So we'll get back to that.
You might have to clear the old episodes. We'll put them on the external storage or somewhere else.
Okay.
In the meantime.
Okay. Sounds good. And in interim, okay, so we'll stop sharing for now. I'll exit out of that, and we'll talk about that as soon as possible. Then, right now, you feel that it's not threatening the transmission itself, do you?
No.
Okay. I'll probably end
it's just
a little.
Maybe saving it, like if something gets saved.
Okay. Yeah. Well,
just be mindful of that.
Okay. So I'll probably end live stream a little earlier tonight anyway, and then talk with Brendan about this. If not tonight, then tomorrow, depending on Brendan's own schedule. Now, thank you for that, Brendan. And but like you said, that's rather alarming. By the way, Mr. Lars 0007 says hello, Team Dietrich. Love you all. And I do believe I remember this lady. She's using her husband's account. So, kisses, Mr. Lars, Mrs. Lars. Yeah. And we are. And so hopefully she's doing well. Love you dearly, honey. And with that, everybody, maintain us in thought and prayer. We're always dealing with something. And like Brendan said, this really shouldn't even be happening. So when it comes to Putin,
doesn't seem likely.
Yeah, it's odd, isn't it? I mean, Jesus. Well, we'll talk about it privately, like you said. If I have the energy tonight after we end live stream. At any rate, we brought up my point thus far. About Putin and his failure in Ukraine, rendering him quite the impotente, and how ominous the example.
Oh, by the way, did you hear that San Francisco is the warmest city in North America right now?
Yeah, thank God for that. It ain't warm, believe me, but it's warm enough, thank God.
Well, it's just by temperature.
Yes, got it.
Missed.
Got it. Yeah.
55 degrees Fahrenheit is the highest temperature on the continent at the moment.
Jesus Christ. Well, thank God I'm here.
Congratulations.
Yes, thank God I'm here for once. You know, all I can say is that, yes, granted, compared to the rest of the United States, we're doing good, you know, and all I can be thankful for that. Now, the removal of Maduro also challenges the Kremlin's Weltanschauung, or worldview, which is based on the concept of genuine sovereignty. This means that it categorizes countries as either sovereign or vassal. With the exception of the United States, all countries that are part of the collective West are vassals, whatever their size or power. Those that are genuinely sovereign are those in a confrontation, either real or possible, with the collective West. Now, let's see what else is being sent to us by Brendan here. Okay, so you're sending me a bunch more links. Guess you weren't kidding about not getting close to homeless. Yes, here we are. Let's see now. Officials warn of moderate risk after TB outbreak in San Francisco high school. There we are. Yes, it's really bad. So this is SF Gate reporting on this, and yes, it's something to bear in mind. So okay, when it comes to this, let's give that the upvote on all these, and yeah, you don't want to get close to the homeless in San Francisco. You could catch something. Now, as I've just articulated about how the Kremlin views the United
Yeah, it's like
States.
that Edgar Allan Poe, like a short story about, you know, the red mask and shit. The dude was dying of the Red Death. That's tuberculosis.
The Mask of the
You know.
Red Death. Yes.
Yeah.
Tuberculosis. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're going back in time in terms of sanitation or something.
Okay. By the way, Mr. Lars 0007 says, no husband named after my doggy, meaning the channel is Mr. Lars 0007. Thank you, honey. And so let me write that to her. And yes, so tell people with the Mask of the Red Death, that's tuberculosis. What else was coming? What else was I going to say about that? Anyhow, let me see. And if you're there, Brendan, feel free to participate. That's great.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. And
not going to be useful for much longer. But
how come? Why? Because you got to like take care of some business
just horrible shit going
environment.
on.
Yeah, horrible shit. What?
There's horrible shit going on. I have to deal with some stuff.
Okay.
The usual.
Well, hopefully you'll be able to work with me when you get home. Yes, at any rate. So the prerequisites for being a genuinely sovereign state, according to Moskva, are very simple. Defy the collective West, ideally by becoming reliant on the Russian and communist Chinese empires. If countries follow this path, their sovereignty is assured. Again, this is the perspective of the enemy, the Sino-Slavic Synaxis. However, this was exactly how Venezuela behaved. And right up to the moment of Maduro's ouster, Russian propagandists were proclaiming that no one would dare to touch him. Then his sovereignty disintegrated overnight, and the ruling party, the country's bureaucracy, and its security establishment suddenly became pliable, handing over access to oil reserves to the United States, allowing American companies to pump oil, releasing some political prisoners, and coordinating policymaking with the United States State Department. It's likely, of course, that those members of the leadership left in place will try to buy off the Trump maladministration with minimal concessions while retaining their power and privileges. At the same time, the Venezuelan regime will still abandon its defiant rhetoric towards the United States and its demonstrative friendship with the Russian and communist Chinese empires. Accordingly, in the Kremlin's thinking, it will cease to be truly sovereign. In other words, Caracas has behaved in relation to Washington much more like a vassal than any member of the collective West has ever done. The difference is particularly stark as at the same time, Europe was symbolically testing the power of military deterrence against American imperial territorial ambitions in Greenland. The deterioration of transatlantic relations that is currently underway over the future of Greenland exceeds anything Putin could have hoped for in his wildest dreams. Though it's true that the Russian tyrant is unlikely to be thrilled by Trump naming the Russian and Communist Chinese empires as the countries against which the American mainland needs to be defended. The justification for making the acquisition of Greenland a national security priority. In this regard, Trump and his cultists are channeling the legacy of the Third World War we misname the Cold War, which the Sovietized Russian Empire lost. At the same time, the Kremlin believes that a lot of this rhetoric, at least when it comes to Russia, is purely performative. After all, Putin recently received an invitation from Trump to join his personal United Nations, the so-called Board of Peace. If Washington really does give up on the cause of promoting democracy, Russia will no longer be an ideological foe. And Trump and Putin have a lot of common enemies. Nevertheless, Putin, as the self-declared protector of the global South from Western imperialism, will find it hard to ignore the fact that most likely victims of American imperial hard power are from that very global South. And Trump is no more fond of anti-Western blocs like the BRICS group of developing nations than he is of the European Union. As a result, Russian officials and propagandists find themselves in a bind. On the one hand, Trump is hitting out at Russia's allies, and also at American imperial allies under the pretext of defending the United States against Russia. On the other, he has humiliated his allies like no other American leader before him. He is destroying the Western-centric world order that Moscow so despises, and he is now legitimizing misbehavior on the international stage that the Kremlin has itself previously abused, but which had been considered risky. Of course, Moscow has an obligation to denounce aggression against allies like Maduro and the Iranian leader Ali Khamenei. But to be too outspoken would only underline its weakness. As usual, Russia's reaction to the capture of Maduro was twofold. Bad cop Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov condemned the operation, while good cops Kirill Dmitriev, head of the Russian Direct Investment Fund, and a key interlocutor with the White House, and to a lesser extent the Kremlin foreign policy aide Yuri Yushakov, both continued to praise Trump and expressed understanding for his motives. All the while, Putin remained silent. At a reception for foreign ambassadors, he refrained from even criticizing the seizure of Maduro. Nevertheless, Trump the Destroyer is a source of grave concern for Moscow because of the indiscriminate nature of Trump's destruction. After all, there be no guarantee Trump's destructive energy will only be used in ways that benefit Moscow. By attacking the world order, the revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire wants to undermine the West. But with Trump, anyone could find themselves undermined in turn. In recent years, the Kremlin has become accustomed to the idea that Russia's major asset is not so much its military power per se, as the unpredictability with which it abuses that military power. In other words, its willingness to behave provocatively, take risks, break rules, and suffer more casualties than the enemy. Unexpectedly, Trump's America appears to have replaced Putin's Russia as the world's biggest disruptor. Trump has repurposed many of the tactics that made Moscow so effective, and with more resources and greater ambition, can now deploy them on a much grander scale. It is in this context of ultra-powered insanity that the new national defense strategy could be Trump's last gamble. The National Defense Strategy is a radical rethinking of America's defense priorities, but seems unlikely to be fully implemented in the next 3 years. President Donald Trump is committed to reorienting American imperial foreign policy away from the neoliberal principles that have defined the post-Cold War system. According to Trump, no longer will the United States prioritize distant theaters around the world. Instead, it will now fixate on enforcing its security and interests in the Western Hemisphere first. And what about my Taiwan? American imperial foreign policy is now all about the Western Hemisphere. Washington's silence in Asia is a gift to Beijing. The Trump maladministration has done little as Communist China on the Asian mainland threatens United States allies. It all goes to show that the old grand strategy is dead. Of course, there be some irony in announcing this strategy as the Trump maladministration prepares to strike Iran and has continued full-bore support for Ukraine. Yet, in principle, the Trump maladministration, between last year's NSS, or National Security Strategy Memo, and now the NDS, or National Defense Strategy Memo, released on January 23rd, seeks to move the American empire into a new era of national security. The top priority of the 34-page document is securing America's broken borders and its undefended maritime approaches. Next, the NDS calls for a reinvigoration of the National Air and Missile Defense System by prioritizing the development and deployment of the Golden Dome for America by the end of Trump's final 4-year term in January of 2029. Recognizing the wild developments in combat tactics and technology as seen in the Ukrainian war, the NDS urges a more robust CUAS, CUAS, or Counter-Unmanned Aerial System, for key infrastructure and defense facilities. Another interesting new element is the elevation of defending the homeland against Islamist terrorist groups. Ever since the Biden administration's shambolic withdrawal from Afghanistan, fears have abounded among national security experts that Al-Qaeda or some other Islamist organization, like ISIS, might initiate an October 7th type wave of terrorism against soft targets in these United States. Which brings us, Miss Lars says, the 0007 says, in your last show, it was so fascinating hearing about the EMP attack outcome. So scary, but everything you said will be true. And always, I love your laugh. Oh, bless you, honey. I love you too. I won't be lasting long tonight, but I'll see you in my dreams. So here we are. There's a sparkling heart for you, and say thank you, honey. Love you too. There we go. Yeah. And so let me see if I can get where's our little emoji sign here. We used to have, there we go. It's in the honey's to be found in the food emojis. There we go. I think I can reach it. There we go. Okay, thank you, honey. Okay, love you too. Okay, you too. There we go. All right, and okay. So that having been articulated, it takes us back to the Monroe Doctrine. The big one, of course, came in the form of what some are unofficially referring to as the Monroe Doctrine 2.0. Trump himself having monomaniacally rechristened it the Monroe Doctrine. Essentially, according to the NDS, the United States will accept a greater and more direct responsibility for defending the Western Hemisphere from external threats. This includes the Panama Canal Zone, Greenland, and the Golfo de Mexico, referred to as Gulf of America in the NDS. And it gets spicier still. Embedded within that call for a renewed Monroe Doctrine lies an explicit option that allows for the United States to exercise decisive unilateral action if regional partners don't do their part. We have seen this play out already in Greenland, where Trump has griped about Denmark's reluctance to invest in its own territory's defense and pontificated about seizing the island for the United States. Whatever Trump may have stated at the recent WEF, or World Economic Forum, meeting in Davos, Switzerland, about not abusing military force to bring Greenland under American imperial control, the new NDS make it clear that this is precisely what the United States will do if Washington, without any qualification or stated metrics, is to determine that Danish officials are not doing their part to adequately defend said area. In other words, the Greenland crisis is not over. It is only just beginning. And a similar crisis will be coming in Alberta, where the Trump maladministration appears to be gleeful at the prospect of an upcoming independence referendum. But the biggest takeaway from the NDS is the explicit acknowledgement by the Trump team that Homeland Defense is now the organizing principle of American national security and foreign policy. It is not merely one task among many. Defending the homeland is the task. All other priorities flow out from there. And the new NDS is soft on Red China. Much ado about the role of Red China in the NDS has been given in major mass media outlets. According to these publications, the centralized single-party state capitalist China's importance as a major threat has been downgraded in the NDS. To be clear, in the order of the document, Communist China on the Asian mainland is listed as the number 2 priority that United States national defense must address. What is true, however, is the language employed in describing that threat has drastically changed. The language now is much more cryptic than in previous iterations of this document. During Trump's first midterm, his foreign and national security policy team specifically outlined the ways in which the monolithic communist Chinese superstate was the main strategic threat facing these United States. Similarly, although the language was somewhat different, the Biden misadministration defined the communist Chinese empire of the East as the primary strategic threat the United States faced. The new NDS recalibrates the issue, and the language is much more passive than previous iterations of the NDS. In fact, the document specifically states right there in the header that the Trump maladministration will deter People's China in the Indo-Pacific through strength, not confrontation. That sounds very ambiguous, especially compared to previous NSS and NDS memos over the last decade. Clearly, there is more than just a recalibration in tone and language. There is a reduction of focus and concern over the threat in the Far East. This is not because the threat is gone, but rather because the threat has outmatched the United States in many ways per miscalculation on the part of the Americans, notably in the domain of critical rare earth minerals and military overmatch in the first island chain, again, per American miscalculations. In other words, China is not the threat the Americans judge it to be. They continually overestimate its capacities. Trump's NDS, regardless, reorients the United States in the Indo-Pacific by viewing Wdy12826, or mainland China, as being at the center of long-term strategic competition. The document framing American policy toward Market-Leninist China as being able to maintain a stable peace and fair economic relations while avoiding direct efforts to humiliate or dominate market socialist model China militarily. It also calls for strengthening American imperial defense posture along critical geographical points, like the first island chain, promoting deterrence by denial, and encouraging regional partners to contribute more than they have to security, the security order. Whatever the hawks in Washington want to tell themselves, this strategy is a clear break from what came before. It's also a tacit admission that, at least for now, the trade war with centralized single-party state capitalist China has not been as successful as the maladministration wants to claim. After all, the maladministration got burned by commu-capitalist China when Trump initiated his trade war last year. Hong Zhonghua, or Red China, was waiting for him. They were prepared to offset any loss of American trade with trade from the global south, which Beijing has spent a decade or more cultivating. That, paired with Beijing's rare earth mineral dominance and its ability to galvanize Argentina, Brazil, and other economies of the global south to offset the loss of American soybeans during the trade war, ensured that the Commu Chinese would come out ahead of the Americans in the trade war. Bottom line being that America no longer rules the world and can't act like it anymore. And with successive Pentagon and Washington, D.C. based think tanks running in-depth war game scenarios which consistently miscalculate their pre-programmed probability that the United States military would lose in a conflict with communist China on the Asian mainland over my Taiwan, Trump is clearly taking on a more conciliatory tone with Beijing. He is merely abusing his Western Hemispheric defense concept as a cheesecloth cover, both to save face for America and to marshal the depleting United States forces that are overstretched and overburdened due to the global commitments that have piled up for decades. But that competition with the Communist Chinese Empire of the East, via strength rather than confrontation, is a key phrase. Defending the homeland from missile attacks via the Golden Dome and carving out a regional defense perimeter, Western Hemispheric defense, will only get America so far when it comes to competing with market socialist model China in the long term. The key is restoring America's ailing industrial base, notably its dying defense industrial capacity. To do that, the NDS outlines 4 primary objectives for restoring the American defense industrial base: reshoring strategic manufacturing, empowering innovation, removing bureaucratic barriers to defense production, and coordinating allied industrial contributions to accelerate capability buildup. These steps are rightly presented in the text as a long-term investment that will sustain peace through strength. So, the Dietrich, that's the Deutschensprech or German speak for Meisterschlüssel or master key, to countering the monolithic communist Chinese superstate in the summation of the Trump maladministration is indirect and protracted. It is industrial, commercial, and technological rather than militaristic, ideological, or through covert intelligence means. In that sense, the NDS is dynamic, flipping Washington's preferred methods for competition away from the more government-centric approaches and to a more private sector and industrial mindset. In other words, Washington is taking a page from commercial-centrist China's decades-old playbook, the playbook that built communist China on the Asian mainland into America's greatest strategic challenger in almost a century. Trump's strategy, however, requires decades. It's got 3 years. Ultimately, this document, put forward at the start of the second year of Trump's second midterm, requires consensus between both political parties. What's more, it demands a close adherence to these principles and strategy long after Trump leaves office. It may seem hard to believe, but Trump is already through an astonishing 25% of his final term in office. He has less than 3 years left. In 10 months, it is highly likely that the Republican Party will lose the midterm elections, narrowing his ability to act even further. All this is to say that the Trump NDS and the preceding NSS memos, backwards looking and inane as they be, are unlikely to have the impact that their architects intend for them to have, simply because they're running out of time. Plus, saying and doing are often two very different things. Of course, it is entirely possible that Trump and his team will be able to achieve at least some of the things outlined in the NDS. That will be a Pyrrhic victory for a beleaguered United States. Sadly, the American situation today is so dire, the crisis so deep, that we would really need the entirety of this radical strategy to take hold and be seen through across many years, if not decades. In effect, the Trump maladministration is throwing the strategic equivalent of a Hail Mary, with the play clock winding down to zero. It's obvious that they're only hoping there's a geopolitical Gerard Phelan down in the end zone, ready to receive Trump's grand strategic Hail Mary pass in the form of Russian realignment. Most fortunately for all of us, the communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping's military meltdown brings us back to parity. The mass removal of top generals, targeted in a military purge, has rocked the CCP, or Communist Chinese Party. Zhang Yuxian has fallen. We thought he would be the last man standing, but instead, he is a tiger blocking the road, who seriously fueled threats to the party's absolute leadership. Xi had already purged more CMC members than Mao ever did, but this round of expulsions is distinct from mere anti-corruption housekeeping. The arrest of Zhang Yuxian, China's top general, along with fellow senior general Liu Jianli, has sent shockwaves through the CCP, or Chinese Communist Party, accused of grave violations of discipline and the law. Zhang is the most senior figure purged under Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping, and by far the most consequential. Until recently, Zhang was widely seen as one of Xi's closest allies. Xi appointed him first-ranking vice chairman of the CMC, the Central Military Commission. In 2022, effectively the highest operational military post since Xi himself chairs the body. The two men also shared long personal ties. Their fathers worked together, and they have known each other since childhood. The best news of all is that this machination doesn't bode well for CHICOM, or Chinese Communist, military readiness amidst the mother of all trade deals. On Tuesday, after 18 years of on and off negotiations, India and the European Union announced a mammoth free trade agreement that slashes tariffs on almost all goods. If the deal is ratified and implemented, it will create a free trade zone covering some 2 billion people and 1/4 of global gross domestic product. Policymakers and analysts on both sides hailed the pact as a major win, with the European Commission Presidentes Ursula von der Leyen and the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi calling it the mother of all trade deals. India securing lower tariffs for key exports, draconic exports like textiles and jewelry, as well as greater access to European job markets for its rapidly growing class of high-tech service professionals. For Europe, the deal is expected to double the value of European Union exports to India over the next 6 years. The New York Times reporting that affected industries include machinery, medical equipment, pharmaceuticals, and, critically, automobiles. New Delhi, capital of India, agreeing to gradually allowing up to 250,000 imported European vehicles at preferential tariffs that are set to fall from the current rate of 110% to 10% over time, giving a much-needed boost to Europe's struggling automakers. Today's announcement was long in the making. Negotiators from both sides first sitting down to begin hammering out a free trade deal in 2007, the year of my late and sainted sire's murder. George Joseph Dietrich, not my mother Diana Dietrich, who died, was murdered in 2011. And in broken news this side of the world, we have pepper spray millions to account for. Welcome to the American winter, the Western analog of the Arab Spring. In the wake of Border Patrol agents starting the scuffle that led to the summary execution of Alex Preddy, a federal employee at the Veterans Administration, a man named Anthony Kashmirjak has lunged at the representativist Ilhan Omar and attempted to spray pepper concentrate upon her person. ICE troopers have aggressively abused pepper spray against mass protesters, including Pretty, and the misgovernment largely sources such chemical weapons from a small group of little-known companies. Safariland, owned by the multi-billionaire Republican donor Warren Kanders, remains the top supplier of pepper spray and tear gas to ICE and CBP through Quantico Tactical, a major federal distributor based in North Carolina, said identified firm having sold $4.7 million worth of tear gas and pepper spray to the aggressor agencies since January of 2025. Minneapolis police having confirmed that a man at a Minneapolis town hall hosted by the representativist Ilhan Omar, Democratress of Minnesota, confronted her and appeared to try to spray her with a substance from a syringe before he was removed from the venue and arrested. Before we welcome on our dear brother Samuel Romero, I want to complete this train of thought by indicating that Omar had called for ICE to be abolished and for the Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem to resign or face impeachment moments before the identified man lunged toward her. Okay, dear Sammy, welcome aboard. Share with us how you're doing.
Hey, what's going on?
Oh,
Good. It's been a very busy week for me, but I did catch a little relative that you sent in today as far as yeah, that thing is scary as hell, but
oh yeah, it is a magnificent specimen. I do hope they place it in a better environment. It's obviously
too.
frustrating. Yes.
So too, but it kind of lets you know what's really out there. I wouldn't be surprised if there's actually bigger. We really don't know what's in that part of the world. It's pretty much. I think I remember you having a transmission about how if you say this creature originated in the Amazon, correct?
As far as I know, yes. Correct.
Okay, well, I remember you talking about how the Amazon is actually man-made in the sense of how it's designed,
Yes.
almost like the lungs of the earth as far as how much oxygen it produces. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's bigger species in that area. It's just, we don't know these areas. We don't even know as far as the extent of what's really out there. But as far as what you're talking about now, I saw the clip of that elected official. I forget her name. I know it's Omar something, right?
Yes, Ilan Omar. Yes.
That guy pretty much looked like a MK Ultra pretty much another, patsy,
Yes.
with a syringe in his hand. I mean, at this point, this administration really is comical in the sense of how they're really operating. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not saying the government wasn't like this in the past, but to send a deranged individual with a syringe, I mean, you couldn't write it any other way that this guy is a paid asset. We probably won't know who he is. He's going to go away like every other asset. We talked about the fires here in California.
Yes.
The people that have been arrested for arson, we don't hear about them anymore. Do we hear them, on the news? Is President Trump, does he talk about the arsonist? Does any elected officials talk about it? Even here in California, I don't see Gavin Newsom talking about how are these people going to be prosecuted for doing these crimes when in all, it just states the fact that these are state assets that they send to try to control or just to create chaos. That's all this guy was. He looked like Barney Gumble from The Simpsons with a syringe. He looked like he was drunk off his ass.
Yes.
What person do you know that is inebriated like that is going to carry a syringe fully loaded, whatever the hell it was? That doesn't happen. Like that, no drunk person is going to do that. It's like you just have to roll your eyes because at this point, this administration is trying to literally, save face, and it's like the damage has been done.
Yeah.
It's one thing to kill darkies and kill kill a bunch of Mexicans and pretty much discard them as far as not being even human beings. But now, you start shooting people that are your main constituents that are card carrying gun holders. The Second Amendment, Doug, is it's holier than thou, and and now they have egg on their face because they were going to turn on their own base, and that's all in the symbolism. That's what I wanted to call last time. I couldn't, obviously, but if the American public looks at the symbolism, first it was that white lady that got killed in Minnesota. I forget her name.
But Renee Good. Yes.
Renee Good, and now this registered nurse.
Yes.
38-year-old
Alex Preddy. Yes.
Alex Preddy, who is a 38-year-old white male in his prime, a gun carrying, quote unquote, American. Well, he gets executed as well. What does that symbolism say? That nobody is immune from this insanity.
That's right.
And this is what you've been saying all along. They're going to turn the guns on you. Your own gun, you're going to be killed by your own gun.
Yes.
And they're going to do it.
Yeah.
And now they're trying to spin the narrative, and it's not working no more. You have Christine Nome, who's pretty much should be thrown in jail.
Yes.
But even she is. See, they're going to run like rats. She's already said, all my orders are from Donald Trump, and I forget the bald guy. He looks very.
Oh,
he looks,
is that not Stephen Miller? Is it? No, the other bald.
Yeah, Stephen Miller.
Yeah. Okay.
Stephen Miller.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
She pretty much is trying to pretty much, cover her ass. But at the end of the day, they're all going to be expendable.
Yes.
And what I'm already seeing is Donald Trump's. He's going to do something when he's cornered. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
He's out of his rocker. He does not care. And the thing about it is, because this government moves as slow as molasses, and for some reason they think they're making progress because we're going to impeach him. That's not going to work.
Yeah.
You need to physically remove him from that position. Not the dog and pony show is no longer applicable anymore.
No.
That January 6th showed you that.
Yes.
And the fact that they are still moving as slow as molasses, it's going to fail. Yes. Because he's going to be cornered, and the Supreme Court has given him that type of authority that he should have never had. He should have been prosecuted.
Of course.
He never should have ran.
Yes.
And I'm sorry to tell you, Doug, I hate to tell you this, but I told you. And not that you have some type of power, but no one believed it.
Yes.
No one believed it because it was that insane.
Yes.
This man should not have been running. And obviously, I get it. Shit happens, but my point is, it's too late. It's too late. That symbolism shows you that their white skin, your complexion for the protection doesn't work anymore.
That's right.
It's open season now. And unfortunately, it's just going to get worse.
Yes.
That's kind of what I see. But in the same time too, I mean, what's different? I mean, it was always going to escalate. It's either what's next? A child's going to get shot in the head, and
inevitably, yes.
And what they're going to say, this child's an agitator.
Yeah,
I don't
know. They'll say it. Yeah,
but it's completely. The thing is, you cannot, if you're going to create a narrative, it cannot be so ridiculous where the lie that you tell, it doesn't add up to the reality that you want to paint. Maybe I'm not making sense, but if you want to make up your own reality, it just doesn't line up. And that's the thing about it, where they're hoping people forget. Okay.
Yes.
And unfortunately it has worked, because we're not talking about Chicago. That happened last month. Why? Because people of color were abused. They were probably killed. There was a ICE officer or CBP agent, one of the two, that was raping a Nicaraguan woman repeatedly.
Yes. That's right.
With pictures of her, using pictures of her daughter. Okay. Why is this not in the news? I'm sorry for Petty, the nurse, but I mean, that Nicaraguan woman was also a human being.
Yes.
But because she's a darky, she asked for it. Oh, this was some type of romance gone bad.
That's so awful.
So that's, and I hate to sound negative, but it's like, no, that it shouldn't be that way. But unfortunately, that's just how it is. So, am I sad? Yes, but in the grand scheme of things, there's been more Alex Petty deaths on the minority side than that side. Okay.
Yes.
It's just the reality. Okay. We haven't taken into account the people missing from those ICE camps. We don't even know the extent.
Yes.
And they don't even want to talk about it, because it's the same thing that happened in Vietnam. I'm sorry, I'm gonna massacre this, but
no worries.
The Lily massacre, what was it called?
My Lai massacre.
My Lai, sorry.
No
The
worries.
Mala massacre that was swept under the rug. They don't really talk about that. So on and so forth. You
Yeah.
know, because why? These are people that don't matter because they don't fit the narrative. So, um, unfortunately, we just got to prepare yourself because it's just the reality. You have to walk around with your birth certificate, and to tell you the truth, they have the guns right now.
Yes.
Most Americans are not armed because we have this false hope that this country would not be going down this road where we're being. You have an M16 pointed at you, and you're a tax-paying electorate.
Mhm.
That has never been a problem, at least in modern times.
Yes.
It's just not something that we really fathom. But the thing is, the Republicans, especially on that side, they're manifesting what they really fear. This is what they've always feared. So what they're doing is they're just copying what they've always feared,
Yes.
and they're turning it against themselves. It
Yes.
doesn't matter if you're Republican or Democrat anymore. It doesn't matter. As a white person, you're still going to be questioned as well. You can say, "Well, I support ICE." That doesn't matter anymore. That M16 is going to be pointed at your face. Why?
Yes.
Because they've gotten the authority, they've gotten the signal. It doesn't matter anymore. That white male should have not been shot the way he did. And
Yeah.
if it was out of incompetence, that's even worse. These ICE agents have no training whatsoever.
Yeah.
Did you see Chrissy Nome holding that machine rifle at that soldier's head?
I did not. I wish I did. Go on.
Holding it like it was some type of toy.
Yeah.
This was a loaded. Like,
Oh,
what is
man.
this? I mean, don't get me wrong. I was hoping she pulled the trigger. That would have been hilarious.
Yes.
But this is the type of administration we're dealing with. Don't even get me started on the tariffs and we're going to liberate Venezuela and we're going to have all this oil. And that's another thing too about this president. He doesn't shut up. Stuff like we're going to be running Venezuela. You don't say that.
Yes.
And now the world's going to adjust. The world's always is continuing to adjust. So we're going to feel these consequences in the future, the very near future. We're not feeling it now, but guess what? The world's going to adjust, and we're not going to be left picking up the pieces. But that's just my little rant. I mean, I hate to sound redundant, but it's one of these things where at a certain point, Doug, it's like, what next?
It's well, what's next is a lot more chaos. I mean, I'm really glad you came on. It really helps to give myself a breather, and it helps to you get your voice out there, which is so important. And I want people to understand how Sammy's perspective is invaluable, and it's right on the money. Sammy, of course, has seen
I
me.
appreciate it, man.
Yeah, and you've seen me be right again and again any number of times. By the way, I do want to let you know something on when it comes to the bat. The one thing we do know for a fact is that through prehistoric fossils that have recently been
Right.
found, is that bats have grown larger than people in the past. So we do know for a fact that this bat is not as big as it gets. So this bat may be the remnant of a population of the prehistoric bats that were larger than people and did feed off people because they did exist at the same time that man existed. So no doubt we have racial memories of bats feeding off us in the New World where vampire bats do exist. And so that is obviously the inspiration for the connection to the vampire as we understand it in the old world. And it's very much something that I want people to appreciate. I provided a footage of a very large vampire bat that our friend Sammy is referencing. And as for the MK Ultra victim, this man who was arrested in the attack on Ilhan Omar, I can only hope that his past record acts to help keep him in prison where he belongs for the rest of his life. Doubtless that's not going to happen. As our man Sammy said, he'll doubtless be bailed out. Or maybe they will simply abandon him as an expendable, but he is a convicted felon. Anthony Kazmierczak is 55 years old. He's was convicted of felony auto theft in 1989. He was arrested multiple times for driving under the influence, which, as Sammy said, he was obviously drunk when he attacked Ilhan Omar. And we actually really do not know what that liquid is that he sprayed at Omar. So hopefully that will become identified as at some point. But this is truly an act of domestic terrorism. Here is a real domestic terrorist, yet we don't hear that term being used.
Of course not. You know, that's my point. Is he's we need to study this. This is the one thing about the system. Okay, if it's anytime it's Timothy McVeigh, we need to study him. Why? What's wrong with him? Or John Wayne Gacy. Let's make movies about him. Yes, he's interesting, but Herman Perry. No, let's kill him, hang him, disgrace him. He's he's an animal. Anybody know who Herman Perry? Do your research. But my point is,
well, the point that Sammy's making is that with Herman Perry, they scrubbed him from public awareness. But
absolutely. Well, he was that much of. He was pretty much Rambo. Yes. You might as well call him Rambo. Okay,
true.
He's pretty much the true Rambo. But my point is, it's just ridiculous. It's disgusting in the sense of just insanity. By the way, I have a rebuttal from your last transmission when you talked about power outage.
Yes.
You talked about the worst case scenario, and I always refer back to, well, obviously with you just don't always name one worst case scenario. It's a smorgasbord of many of them.
Yes.
I either have the prion rabbit zombies that are going to eat us, that that are already here, they just haven't been activated, or I have the what you call the swastika in the sky, the
yes,
our alignment
in the heavens, yes,
misaligning, because people start believing in ancient aliens and their faith pretty much in the creator just goes away, and they misalign and the anti-gods come and we're their slaves, something to that effect. God forbid, or in a drunken rage you trigger the nuclear football, so you pick one, right?
Yes.
My point is, no, it was a great transmission. I think our national grid is pretty much hanging by a very corroded thread.
Yes.
But I think it's because also we don't have a country that is aware of how terrible our infrastructure is. I mean, back east there's a terrible storm right now going on, and people are hunkered down. And you have to ask a lot of questions in the sense that each year they get worse and worse. So obviously, it's going to hit the fan where people are freezing to death.
Yes.
So
right.
When you talked about this calamity, I'm like, well, damn, there's a lot of calamities. It's a matter of when.
Yes.
So. That's just my little rebuttal, but it was a great transmission. I did enjoy it, though.
And were you able to hear the closing hour, either in review, if not originally, where I spoke about Trump and the Board of Peace, and exactly what he's conspiring with that?
Not necessarily,
okay,
but from what you're just telling me now, he's probably has to do something with Israel, in my opinion. And if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. I'll probably have to go back and listen to it. But I just think Donald Trump is, well, first off, he his dementia or whatever, his mentally, he's pretty much deteriorating. He has no way of controlling what he says now. He pretty much
Yes.
is blurting out what he thinks.
Yes.
So the problem with Donald Trump now is we have pretty much a mental patient as you know, as how Michael Aquino would probably design it. Okay.
Yes.
That's very something he would probably do, because it's almost where if I'm gonna put insanity, in the world, it's gonna be somebody who cannot control their mental state,
Yeah.
their mouth.
Yes.
Whatever this man blurts out, it's just you have to take it for word now because of what you're seeing now.
Yes.
His mouth is gonna be his worst. It's gonna be his gun towards us.
Yes.
And it's going to get worse because yes, you won Greenland, but it's just your inability to just be. See, he can be a great campaign. You put him in a campaign, this guy can sell it. Okay, you got to give Trump that credit. He has that selling ability. The problem is the other part where the insanity comes out is where he really shows his predatory, rapey, just disgusting human being.
Yes.
Just not even human being, subhuman, okay?
Yes.
Because it's always this rapey vibe that you get from him. Where, Greenland, yes, they'll give up their sovereignty to us. We'll give Greenland money like a prostitute, and
Right.
they'll give it up. I don't care about Denmark. That's irrelevant. But we don't care about the EU. And you're pitting us against allies, very powerful, by the way. People, for some reason, most U.S. citizens or U.S. public, or when I say white trash, think that Europe still doesn't have, a very viable power in the global scene. They very much still do,
Right.
So it's just because he panders to this type of crowd. It's just creates an atmosphere of denial, and you add on with how the media is, where they're not telling the truth, where they're not stating the facts. We pretty much have to get our facts from alternative media, and you have to shovel through all the bullshit from Russia and their media machine that is infiltrated our system. The mainstream media really is pretty much being ignored because it's just
right.
it's not viable. So I will catch that last transmission, but as far as him, anything to do with peace, it's just really a strategy to gain something. It's nothing to the effect of any good. But that's just my
So,
little 2 cents.
so just
Go ahead.
so you know what to look for, and I want to thank you for bringing up the fact that you didn't have time to listen to every moment of it, and that's appreciated. I do want people to understand that we've just gone through a little glitch here, but every word that Sammy said has gone on record, and that's for the best. I'm now looking at the channel here, and thank God nothing interrupted with what you said, Sammy, and it's all on
Right.
record and we'll publish with the episode. So for the latest episode, the timestamp is right at the beginning of the latest episode, and it's at 5:32:02. So that means 5 hours and 32 minutes and 2 seconds in. It's the last hour of the episode, and when you review that, I speak of how Trump is truly ushering in the age of Antichrist with this board of peace. He is literally trying to make himself the monarch of the world. It is stated to be a hereditary position that his son will inherit after him, but it's through this that he intends to replace the United Nations. And when he's no longer president, if he cannot have a third term, he intends this to be his way of ruling the world. And yes, Israel is on board. They will move his capital to Jerusalem. This is truly the age of Antichrist. So
Well, you broke it down
yes,
last year. Okay, you broke it
yes,
down as far as biblically. Okay, and that's
yes,
one of the this, that transmission was very great in a sense of you breaking down the symbolism, even the Bible.
Thank you.
Obviously the Bible is very much filled with parables, and it's something that that in the evangelical scene, it's always, look for the signs. And one of the things that that makes a lot of sense, because somebody like him is always going to try to find a way out. He's been dodging his creditors for decades. So this is just another way of him trying to make himself a sovereign individual from prosecution.
Yes.
Will it work? Well,
It shouldn't.
It's gonna take. What I'm thinking is he's gonna take violence. He's gonna have his people that will die for him create some type of violent, a second insurrection, part 2.
Yes.
Where he either hijacks some type of nuclear weapon, some type of collateral, almost like the Third Reich did, but in a more just less complicated way. Okay, almost where, because this country has a big problem with looking bad.
Yes.
We don't want to look like we're fucked up, but the whole world knows we're fucked up.
I think they're getting over that sense of shame, where the Americans don't even care how bad they look anymore. But go on.
Well, the thing is, if that was the case, then Trump should have been shot in the head a long time ago.
I agree.
Okay,
I agree.
Kristi Noem should have been shot in the head. Okay,
yes,
but that doesn't happen. It doesn't. Just like Vladimir Putin should have been shot in the head in Alaska.
Yes,
we should not be dealing with our enemies like that. But and then the point is, who's going to prosecute you if you shoot Vladimir Putin in the head? Who's going to prosecute you? The Russians? The Russians, really?
Thank you. It'd be, you'd literally get away with it if done in the right place, like Alaska. But instead, the picture of Putin and Trump together hangs in a place of honor in, of course, our White House. And I do
exactly.
Yeah. And by the way, what you brought up about Trump's, he may be trying to assume the role of Antichrist, but as a psychological profile, what Sammy brought up was that Trump has this pimp complex where he thinks that people can be prostituted, or entire nations or cultures. Well, notice that he wants other leaders to call him daddy. That's a really big thing with him. And what does that hide? It's hard to imagine how
he has daddy issues.
Yes, thank you.
Your daddy didn't play with you. Your daddy called you an idiot.
Yes.
You were a failure. You pretty much killed your dad. You wanted him dead. To take over his fortune. But I mean, this sounds like any white American. I'm sorry. We were traitors. We were traitors to the crown. We have this issue with Europe. We want to be better than Europe, and it's not even about being better. It's just we've just been traitors. This country started with just chaos. No taxation without representation. Come on. But to all my my white friends, or I call them the pink people. I have no problem. I have no, I have friends that are white. It's just, I'll give you an example. This is a great example. Okay. Today I was at school, and they have, clubs and stuff. And guess what? A Turning Point USA was like right next to it. Right.
Oh my God.
And this was a forestry class that, we played games that guessed the pine cone.
Yes.
And there was one that said white pine. I'm like, oh, look, this is the Turning Point cone. And there's a white kid there, and he just looked at me like, and they were laughing. I'm like, don't take it seriously, man. I'm joking. I mean, I get it. I'm an illegal. Whoa, but it's just, at the same time, you got to humor yourself in the sense that if you don't laugh, it's just, there's a lot of mental illness right now going on. Okay, with all this going on. So it's unfortunate. it's just, I hope it goes back to the script to at least we can rebuild and we can rebuild our relationship globally. But that's saying a lot right now. But at least you have to keep hope. And you're still alive, and you do a great job breaking down. Really what's going on. So you're doing your service, Doug. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. Bless you. Well, I couldn't do it without people like you, I assure you, Sammy. And thank you so much for being you. Give my love to Maria and the rest of your family, of course. And
Yeah,
hopefully your twin brother's doing well. How's his fatherhood coming along?
great. I want to catch up with you a little bit, just what's going on with me a little bit, because just to kind of share a little bit. That way you kind of get a little insight. But well,
Good.
just let me know when you're available, okay?
Excellent. We'll try and talk soon. Yeah,
All right,
definitely.
then.
Yeah. Thank
Okay,
you so
Doug.
much for that. And you have a blessed night. Okay.
Likewise.
So
Bye.
that was Samuel Romero, and thank you. Honestly, it's hard to imagine how a single remark could unite a whole continent in one giant collective ick. But Donald Trump managed it last week when he told his NATO partners at Davos they should really be looking up to him and calling him Daddy. Now, never mind that most of the European leaders in the room were more likely to view him as something closer to a rampaging toddler, grabbing at things that do not belong to him, like the entire nation of Greenland. Trump claimed he'd been helping Europe and NATO before veering off topic, claiming they loved me, until he tried to annex Greenland, which he incorrectly then named as Iceland. And in a rambling aside, referring to an offhand remark by the Secretary General Mark Rutte 6 months ago, he went on, they called me Daddy, right? The last time? A very smart man said, he's our daddy. He's running it. I was like, running it. I went from running it to being a terrible human being. And it became clear. Perhaps the US president was not so much addressing the global elite as performing for the specter of his own father, per Sammy Romero's very astute analysis, whose winner takes all directives still seem to live rent-free in Trump's otherwise empty head. Now, Trump's vision is of a world in which he is the head of the household, footing the defense bills, and therefore entitled to unquestioning loyalty and gratitude in return. It's tempting to add his call me daddy moment to the growing list of things you cannot believe have come out of his mouth and move on. But look deeper and it becomes clear that this was no throwaway remark. This is a role Trump's increasingly embracing, and when you look at the psychological reasons behind it, it offers a hint at why he behaves, rather misbehaves, the way he does, and the best way to handle him in return. By the way, we got a link here from dear Brendan, who's welcome to rejoin us, and it is, here we are. Syrian President Ahmad al-Shara met the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin for talks on their nation's bilateral ties. This visit coming amid reports that Russia is withdrawing its forces from Kamishli Airport, where it has a relatively small presence compared to its airbase, and a naval facility on Suraya's Mediterranean coast, both of which it is, expected to maintain, unfortunately. And so the time will come when that comes to an end. We can all hope and pray. So to this, of course, I just I'm going to respond with a goth head. Brendan's welcome to rejoin us, of course, when he can. Otherwise, I'll certainly be calling him probably around 11:30 p.m. tonight, and we can work on the computer. I'll be doing that privately, so we'll probably be ending transmission around I would say 11ish, in about an hour. In the interim, of course, we'll continue with where we're going. Now, Trump's misbehavior is rapidly becoming more authoritarian, and he seemingly regards attempts to appease him by European leaders as weakness. One glance at his so-called board of peace, and he appears to be much more comfortable in the company of autocrats, dictators, and other so-called strongmen. In adopting this role, Trump is copying the man who influenced his Weltanschauung, or rather, Weltanschauung, as it would be pronounced. I'm certain Brendan would correct my Deutschensprech or German speak there. He's copying the man who influenced his Weltanschauung, his worldview and misbehavior more than anyone else, his own father, Fred Trump Sr. And given that others in the Trump crime family have described Fred as a high-functioning sociopath, perhaps we should pay closer attention as Donald adopts the role of the world's daddy. Now, as a psychology writer trained in Gestalt or Gestalt therapy, psychotherapy, I believe it's correctly pronounced Gestalt psychotherapy. If you pronounce it with the more Germanic hard G, people mistake it for gay. And you know how that triggers all of the people. It's just like when they hear the words trans in front of transnational, they automatically freak out because they misidentify it with something else. But it is the psychotherapist, Tanith Carey, who is trained in Gestalt therapy, psychotherapy, and a psychologist who has written a book about Donald Trump, appreciating that it's never possible to diagnose anyone from afar, but according to Trump's own niece and Fred's granddaughter, the clinical psychologist MEMqədy Trump, Fred was a sexist tyrant who pitted his 5 children against one another. And in a portrait that may feel familiar, she described how Fred held a starkly black and white Weltanschauung, a worldview in which you were either a winner or a loser, while Trump's mother was often emotionally absent and did nothing to stand up to her husband. Mary has also gone on to describe a heartbreakingly dysfunctional family in which Fred Sr. mocked any sign of sensitivity among his children, particularly in her own father, Fred Jr., the eldest son, who is expected to take over the family real estate business. Now, according to Mary Trump, in her own book, and remember, she's a trained psychologist herself, her own book's titled Too Much and Never Enough, subtitled to How My Family Created the World's Most Dangerous Man. Fred Trump Sr. stated repeatedly, to the point of indoctrination, that softness is unthinkable. Now 7 years younger and the next son in line, Donald Trump had plenty of time to witness his older brother's humiliation at the hands of their father and work out how to avoid it by aligning himself with Fred Sr. as closely as possible. Like many children in families with this dynamic, little Donnie appears to have protected himself from shame by over-identifying with his father. Donald stepped up to become his father's protege and heir to the family's business, while Fred Jr. turned to drink, became a maintenance man, and died of an alcohol-related illness in 1981 at just 42 years of age. Meanwhile, although Fred Sr. died in 1999 at the age of 93, his influence clearly did not. Now, as Tony Schwartz, he co-wrote the book titled The Art of the Deal with Donald Trump in 1987, and thereby got to know him better than most, So as Tony Schwartz himself put it, there are two Trumps. The one he presents to all the world is all bluster, bullying, and certainty. The other, which I have long felt haunts his inner world, is the frightened child of a relentlessly critical and bullying father. Now, for the most part, Trump usually praises his father as a hard-headed businessman, except for a rare moment of self-disclosure in 2008, when he is reported to have said, "That's why I'm so screwed up, because I had a father that pushed me pretty hard." I mean, we can all dwell on that for a moment without letting ourselves get too lost in the empathy that this man does not deserve. Such having been articulated, it was Tina Schumann, CHUMMUN. She's a UKCP accredited trauma psychotherapist. She's the foundress of Care to Cons, meaning care to console. And she's gone on record to say, from a psychological perspective, Donald Trump's relationship with his father appears central to how he understands authority, masculinity, and legitimacy. By claiming the role of the authoritarian father, Trump is also signaling that he is not prepared to broker disagreement. What he says goes. Fathers are not expected to explain themselves. They're simply obeyed. Now, Trump began openly embracing the idea of being a daddy figure to the world last June, after the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte jokingly compared Trump's intervention between Israel and Iran to a moment when daddy has to sometimes use strong language to get them to stop. It was a comparison Trump clearly enjoyed. Asked later at a press conference in The Hague whether he saw his NATO allies as his children, he appeared delighted by the framing, paraphrasing Rutte as saying, "Daddy, you're my daddy," even though that wasn't quite what Rutte had said. No matter. Back in Washington, the White House quickly moved to capitalize on the moment, tweeting a montage of summit scenes with the tagline, "Daddy's home," set to Usher's "Hey Daddy, Daddy's home." Trump's official fundraising machine soon followed. The Trump National Committee Joint Fundraising Committee released a $35 t-shirt emblazoned with the word, all uppercase DADDY, Daddy, in bold black letters alongside his mugshot. Literally the one where he was fucking arrested. I shit you not. And it seems there was no shortage of willing buyers, with Republican cultists breaking into chants of Daddy Don and Daddy's home at rallies. It helps, of course, that the nickname fits neatly with the strict father, yes sir ideal that underpins so much of the paleo-reactionary thinking in these United States. The idea of Trump as daddy works so well for his MAGA base because it plays into traditional gender roles that they love and the ideal of the authoritative male head of the household in a world that feels chaotically permissive to the Russo-radicalized American right. Daddy, having become shorthand for projecting Trump as the strong disciplinarian father who will restore order and discipline unruly children, whether they're Democratic opponents, mass migrants, the 2S LGBTQ plus community, or even America's foreign allies. Some right-wing supporters have dared to push it even further. Tucker Carlson and Mel Gibson having both introduced unsettling undertones by framing Trump's return to the White House as daddy coming home with everyone who has misbehaved due to get their punishment. Speaking to Sean Hannity, Mel Gibson said, "It's like daddy arrived and he's taken his belt off." Ooh, that's really sick. So, is it just a coincidence that the more Trump identifies as daddy, the more authoritarian he becomes, with ICE, the immigration and customs enforcement troopers, openly removing people they consider suspects from America's streets? Or could it be that daddy is on hand to sort out the mess, as his cultists want us so badly to believe? As his leadership ability comes under increasing doubt, reverting to the archetype of the unquestioned father also helps Trump feel that he is still in control. With a faltering economy at home, falling approval ratings, and growing challenges to his authority, the role of the father who always knows best allows Trump to cling to certainty rather than face the pain of wondering whether he's getting it all wrong. For a leader misidentified, well, misidentified by his cultic base, but quite correctly identified by mental health professionals as showing signs of having narcissistic traits, Trump's need for admiration and authority is unlikely to ever fade. If anything, experts on this kind of personality type have found that these tendencies tend to become ever more pronounced, particularly when status, health, and independence begin when it all begins to go south and their very independence begins to decline. Psychologists describe this phenomenon as a narrowing of identity, where thinking becomes less flexible and a person's sense of self contracts down to a single potent role. And they're role playing till the day they die. Literally. Till the day they're off the stage. So, the aforecited specialist, Dr. Chu Moon, says that under stress, people can return to early relational dynamics. In moments of challenge, individuals may revert to identity positions that once offered safety or control. Here, the father role represents dominance, certainty, and unquestioned authority. There's also the possibility that Trump, now approaching his 80th birthday, is grappling, finally, with his own morality. Or should I say, his mortality. Morality for him has never been a question because he's never had any. So when he comes to grips, or rather is confronted by his own mortality, well, according to Dr. Joy Conlin, a psychotherapist at Coin Medical, aging also tends to lead older people to think more about the legacy they want to leave behind. Herself saying, in highly visible leadership roles, this can intensify the need to be seen as purposeful, protective, and historically significant. Seen this way, turning himself into daddy may be Trump's most effective emotional defense against the shame of failure. By becoming daddy, Trump becomes the invulnerable authority who can never be contradicted. The problem for the rest of us is that what began as a little boy's survival strategy to impress his scary father is no longer just his issue. Now that scared child has grown into the most powerful man in the world who scares children all over the world. And what happened within those walls has started to carry real-world consequences for all of us, no matter what our age may be. So, thought tangent brought on by Sammy Romero there. And get it through your heads in that context. Get it through into your heads that Minneapolis is standing up for all of America. and that the killing of Alex Preddy has ignited a public outcry and perhaps an awakening of national conscience. Which brings us to what the maladministration is signaling to federal agents after Minnesota. The maladministration's combative defense of federal immigration agents involved in fatal shootings and its obstruction of investigations signal to officers that they are free to act with shocking brutality. On Saturday, after federal agents shot to death another one of his constituents, Jacob Frey, the mayor of Minneapolis, implored, "Stand up for America! Recognize that your children will ask you what side you were on. Your grandchildren will ask you what you did to act to prevent this from happening again, to make sure that the foundational elements of our democracy were rock solid. What did you do to protect your city? What did you do to protect your nation?" During the Trump era, many Democratic politicians have delivered soaring orations, exhorting the American people to be vigilant about safeguarding democracy. The entreaties have often fallen flat. The klaxon can only be sounded so many times before it's ignored, and for most people, more prosaic issues govern their daily existence. Or should I say, subsistence. This time, as Frey delivered his remarks with barely contained outrage, it felt different. Masked men are terrorizing an entire city, operating with impunity. Local authorities are outnumbered and beleaguered. Innocent people are dying. Last week at protests, at civilian training sessions, at a bus stop where parent observers made sure everyone's kids made it into school. Minneapolis manifested local networks across the city, sans any central organization or leadership, but with buy-in across generations, across races, and across creeds. Minneapolis recalled what we saw during the Arab Spring in 2011, when my late and sainted Cyrus, my MEMqədy, my mother, was murdered. A series of street clashes between protesters and police that quickly swelled into a much larger struggle against autocracy. These Minneapolis protestations have been exemplarily peaceful, but Trump is intent on escalating tactics in Minneapolis at the behest of Russia's Red Republican Party. But just days after federal agents in Minneapolis shot and killed a second United States citizen in a matter of weeks, and just hours after the president, referring to protesters, declared, "You can't have guns," the most hard-line conservative bloc of House Republicans is calling on President Donald Trump to invoke the Insurrection Act in Minnesota. In an unsigned letter to Trump, because they're all faceless cowards, the House Freedom Caucus said it is encouraging the president to abuse, in their words, all tools necessary, including the Insurrection Act, to maintain order in the face of unlawful obstructions and assemblages that prevent the enforcement of laws by the United States. Welcome to taxation without representation. The Freedom Caucus also urging our president to maintain necessary law enforcement, including ICE, in Minneapolis. Some having suggested that Trump may have been looking for an off-ramp or a means to wind down Operation Metro Surge. Same group also calling on Trump to end funding for sanctuary cities, while instead ensuring that the United States Department of Homeland Security is fully funded, along with all remaining appropriations bills. Democrats in the Senate are demanding that the DHS, or Department of Homeland Security funding bill, be separated from other legislative funding vehicles, which would require unlikely House approval. The Freedom Caucus, led by hardcore conservative Republican Andy Harris, threatened to take extreme action should Democrats, they said, shut down the federal government. A partial government shutdown is ever more probable after Friday into this pending weekend. All of this is consequent top-down leadership. Perhaps the most disturbing part of the Trump maladministration's immigration operation in Minnesota is not just that agents of the state are killing peacefully protesting citizens on the streets, it's that they're doing it with the expectation of impunity, backed by top government officials who are brazenly lying about what happened. The response from President Trump, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, and other officials has sent a clear message. When immigration agents kill peaceful protesters, the government will defend them unconditionally, no matter if clear video evidence contradicts its version of events. It will resist investigating shootings, and it will do everything it can to block probes by other authorities. Vice President Vance has even claimed that federal agents have absolute immunity for their misactions. This approach all but guarantees more killings. The culture of impunity runs from the bottom to the top. It includes the federal agents who shot Alex Preddy, a 37-year-old intensive care unit nurse, multiple times in Minneapolis on Saturday morning. Despite videos that appear to show that the agents had already removed his holstered gun, and despite knowing that many bystanders were filming. If this is what Border Patrol feels comfortable doing on camera, we can only guess how they might act in private. It also encompasses the maladministration officials who offered false accounts immediately, without bothering to wait for the facts. Videos show Preddy filming officers before being pepper sprayed and tackled by multiple officers who then shot him while he was on the ground. Yet the Homeland Security Secretary accused Preddy of domestic terrorism and said that he'd attacked agents, a claim that FBI Director Kash Patel repeated. Noem also said that Preddy had been brandishing a gun. He had been legally carrying a concealed weapon, a right that the maladministration has previously celebrated. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche argued that because Preddy was shouting and had a phone right up to ICE's face, he was not protesting peacefully. The Trump aide, Stephen Miller, labeled him an assassin. And the Border Patrol commander, Greg Bovino, said that Preddy wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement. No known evidence backs any of this up, and videos prove that much of it is demonstrably false. When law enforcement officers shoot civilians, it is common, if unsavory, for government officials to defend them. The Trump maladministration has gone far beyond this. Fatal shootings are almost always subject to investigation. After an ICE trooper killed Renee Good earlier this month, Blanche, who was once Trump's personal attorney, said that the FBI would not launch any civil rights investigation into said shooting. Instead, MS Now reported, this is formerly MSN, is now MS Now, which is just awful. I think of that as like all kinds of negative things. At any rate, MS Now reports that the Justice Department then instructed the FBI to seek a search warrant to investigate the victim, the dead victim no less, Renee Good, for criminal liability. Not enough to kill her, but to character assassinate her and destroy her good name and death. A federal magistrate rejected that warrant, which is unusual, except that, as the magistrate noted, Good is dead and cannot legally be considered a suspect. An FBI agent resigned after she was pressured to stop pursuing a civil rights inquiry into the ICE officer, Jonathan Ross, who'd murdered Good in cold blood. Or should I say, hot-bloodedly. Something similar started to play out immediately after PENULTIMATE's death. Federal agencies seem unsure what, if any, investigation is occurring. According to the Washington Post, although White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said today that DHS and CBP are investigating the PENULTIMATE shooting, including reviewing body cam footage. Federal agents refusing to give even the most basic information to Minneapolis police on scene, as Chief Brian O'Hara said yesterday, and they initially blocked the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, the state's own criminal investigation office, from accessing the crime scene at all. The state then went to court and obtained an order from a Trump-appointed federal judge blocking the destruction of evidence. That such a maneuver was even necessary is astonishing. Well, not anymore, but it should be. A state-level agency like the BCA has nowhere near the resources nor expertise that federal agencies do, and local investigators face legal hurdles when investigating federal agents. Yet, maladministration officials have so clearly declared their position with lies and prejudicial statements that any federal investigation must be suspect from the start. But another example of how Trump's politicization of the Justice Department has undermined its ability to do its job. Compared with the aftermath of Good shooting, more Republicans are expressing concerns about the operation in Minneapolis and PENULTIMATE's murder. Even Trump has vacillated somewhat. He blamed Democrats for PENULTIMATE's death, but was non-committal in a conversation with the Wall Street Journal about whether the agents involved had acted appropriately, in contrast to his quick blaming of Good for her own death. He has since conceded that ICE troopers may have made a mistake in her case. Vance has also backtracked some, abandoning his claims of absolute immunity. Law enforcement officers are entitled to what is known as qualified immunity, or protection from liability unless breaking clear legal or constitutional boundaries. Even as Republicans grow wary, they have tried to blame Trump's aides rather than the president himself. Oklahoma Governor Kevin Stitt, for example, lamented that the president is getting bad advice. But the culture of impunity proceeds directly from Trump himself. He has enthusiastically embraced the idea that the federal government must serve his personal whims. He has argued that investigations into himself, even for overt offenses such as taking home boxes of ultra-sensitive documents, were improper. And he has made clear that when people act to assist him, whether they are aides or January 6th rioters, he will abuse his clemency powers to protect them from consequences. Godfather of the mafia style. Trump has spent years mass dehumanizing immigrants, exhorting law enforcement to treat suspects more roughly, and attacking the rule of law itself. The killings in, should I say the murders in Minnesota, aren't the collateral damage of Trump's approach to governance. They're a direct result. This brings us to Trump's 3-word message to America. On the morning of January 24th, Ingrid Rasmussen, the pastoress at Holy Trinity Lutheran Church in Minneapolis, rushed to the scene after getting word that a man had been shot by ICE troopers. By the time she got there, Alex Preddy, a Veterans Administration intensive care unit nurse, was dead. The federal agents who had wrestled him to the ground and then shot and killed him were throwing tear gas and flashbangs at a crowd of furious protesters chanting, "Shame!" Kristi Noem, Donald Trump, Greg Bovino, and even Whiskey Pete Hegseth are all out there trying to tell us that Alex Preddy was a domestic terrorist who came to a protest with the intention to massacre ICE agents. But that's not their real message. Back in the 1990s, I was mercenary contracted. My duties took me into Uganda during the Rwandan genocide to take over a refugee camp up in the Karamoja region. When I was leaving the country, going through the Entebbe airport, which had only intermittent electricity and considerable damage from the neighboring war, I was confronted by 3 armed men, 12 of them Tanzanian soldiers, who had just successfully occupied the neighboring country as a peacekeeping force, and one a local Ugandan policeman. One of the soldiers had an AK-47 over his shoulder, and he grabbed the clip and rotated the gun down so the barrel was pointed right at my nose, from a distance of about 6 inches. And with a smile, he said, "I could kill you right here, right now, and nobody will ever know. Nobody will ever punish me. Now, give us half of your money." His message was essentially the same message that the Trump regime is trying to communicate with all of us today. We have all the power. You have none. We can get away with murder repeatedly, and there's nothing you can do about it. In other words, obey or die. It certainly worked for those 3. I split the little money I had with them because I had telegraphed the majority of it home already, thank the gods of my ancestors, and they let me get on my plane. This, we have all the power, and you have none, is the classic eternal message of totalitarianism, wherever and whenever it appears in the world. Noem and Bovino aren't trying to convince anybody, other than the pathetic, brainwashed buttsuckers who watch Fox News, that both Alex Preddy and Nicole Good were domestic terrorists. They know that both were merely well-intentioned citizens protesting the occupation of their city by masked federal goon squads. Their real message, and Trump's, Stephen Miller's, and J.D. Vance's real message to Democrats and to America is challenge us and we will kill you and we will get away with it. That's how powerful we are. So you shouldn't even try to resist. And it appears, indeed, that they will get away with it. They've already shut down the investigation of Rene Good's murder and have now seized all the evidence from Alex Preddy's murder and suffered no consequences whatsoever for this naked obstruction of justice. Hakeem Jeffries is hiding someplace in Washington, D.C., perhaps under the same table as Chuck Schumer. But both of those mothersuckers should be in Minneapolis right now, holding ad hoc hearings and engaging our nation in nonstop mass media the way Noam and Bovino are. You don't fight corrupt power by cowering. You have to show up. Meanwhile, the generally useless and certainly feckless Republicans in Congress are anxiously counting their campaign contributions, particularly the ones to their leadership PACs or political action committees that they can take with them when they leave office. Multi-billionaires are buying fancy homes around D.C. so they can continue to purchase Republican politicians, while right-wing mass media machinery struggles to convince people that what they're seeing with their own lying eyes isn't even true. And the message under it all is, we're in charge here. You may not resist us. We are in control, not you. Obey or die. Studies showing that retro-conservative men and law enforcement officers particularly are generally submissive men who need a strict father figure to tell them what to do and who crave regular reinforcement, often achieved by abusing violence for their fragile sense of masculinity. Point: when a young woman tried to make her peaceful protest known, these mother cooks felt threatened so violently they threw her down onto the ice and sprayed her in the face with liquid pepper and other chemicals. Their message: obey or die. When Alex Preddy tried to put himself between the CPB/ICE troopers and the young woman they were beating up, he enraged them by claiming some power for himself. Thus he also had to be punished. So first they knocked him to the ground and sprayed liquid pepper into his face too, to blind and disorient him. Their message: obey or die. When he staggered back up from that, again asserting his personal power, it was apparently the final straw to preserve their masculinity. This man, like the woman who'd laughed at the impotent officer Jonathan Ross, afortunate but earlier, 12 weeks agone, had to be taken down. Their message: obey or die. Finding his gun, a symbol of male power they were offended he dared legally carry, was pure gold for them. They eliminated any threat his gun might have represented by removing it, and then, like the cowards that they are, put as many as 10 bullets into his back. He didn't obey, so he had to die. These craven weaklings, desperate to prove their manhood and reassert their power, murdered Alex Preddy for having dared to challenge them, and then applauded themselves, as one said of Preddy's death, "Boo-hoo." just like Vladimir Putin does when average people challenge him in Russia. Viktor Orban does in MEMország, or Hungary. Like the Ayatollah does in Iran, or Recep Tayyip Erdogan does in Turkey, and Abdul Fattah el-Sisi does in Egyptus, among others. This is how Russia's men roll, and have throughout history. It's an entirely predictable playbook, as Ruth Ben Giat, Mary Trump, Jason Stanley, Timothy Schneider, and Miles Taylor can tell you. Obey or die. It's particularly ironic that right now, as the USS Abraham Lincoln and a small armada of accompanying warships are scheduled to arrive off the coast of Iran by the end of this week, that Iranian state TV is running clips of ICE gassing and killing Minnesotans on a loop. They're openly saying that Trump is doing the same as they did a few weeks ago, therefore justifying executing their own domestic terrorists. And now, in a pathetic joke, Trump says he's going to punish Iran's mullahs for killing their own people on the streets of Tehran at the same time he brags about and justifies gunning down Americans on the streets of Minneapolis. The brutal, cold-blooded murders of Good and Preddy also prove clearly that ISIS and CBP's presence in Minnesota has nothing to do with immigration. There are only an estimated 130,000 undocumented people in the entire state, although Texas and Florida each have millions. But they're red, see? And if you're red, you ain't dead. So much for what Vin said about the surge being only in conservative states. Minnesota, however, is a swing state. Purple. A purple state that Trump lost 3 times. And Republicans are looking at an electoral disaster this fall. Something has to be done to set an example there that will cow other Democratic-led states. Whatever's happening in the red is meant to compel the blue. And when MEMqədy sent her letter to Minnesota's governor, Tim Walz, saying that if he'd just turn his voting rolls over to her, presumably so she could clean, aka or also known as purge, the list to rig this November's election, she'll pull ICE and CBP out of the state, as our friend Vin, Heather Holman's good man, has articulated. That's how Putin, Orban, and Erdogan et alliés remain in power, by intimidating the population at the same time they rig their elections. It's the model Trump has in mind for 2026 America, and tried to execute in 2020 with his phony elector scheme, a conspiracy with over 140 red Republicans who voted not to confirm Joe Biden, and when those didn't work, finally the attack on January 6th. Trump's message on January 6th was the same: obey or die. Mike Pence and Nancy Pelosi barely escaped being killed by Trump's murderous mob, and 4 police officers lost their lives at the hands of the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party shock troops. We're insane if we think Trump and the people around him wouldn't try it again, particularly when they're all looking at the possibility of prison time if an impeachment effort is successful, because so many Republicans could lose their seats this fall. Trump himself has already been found guilty of fraud multiple times, exposed for stealing money from a children's cancer charity, and found liable for sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll. His lickspittles have to know that John Mitchell, Nixon's Attorney General, and 40 other senior officials, including a cabinet member, went to prison in the 1970s. Trump is a weak, psychologically deranged man, as damaged as were Stalin, Mao, Castro, and most of the world's other historic strongmen. Their weakness and emotional damage are what drive them to their "obey or die" proclamations. Such people not only draw others with a similar malady into their circles, but they also typically inflict generationally destructive damage on their own countries when people push back against them. These weak men, knowing well their own fear, sense weakness the way a mouse senses cheese. They smell fear, and right now, as Republicans and most Democrats have gone into hiding, Washington reeks thereof. History is unambiguous about what happens when bullies aren't confronted early and publicly. Their violence only escalates. Their lies morph into history and law, and intimidation against anybody who dares speak up becometh the new normal. Soon, everybody is silent. Good and Pretty were not accidents, and they were not about immigration. These intentional killings, these murders, were unambiguous messages as clear as the one I got in Uganda that fall afternoon. Get in our way and we will kill you, and nobody will do anything about it. Obey or die. And unless Democratic leadership takes a cue from the good people of Minnesota and steps up and fights back hard, the next message will be even broader and bloodier, because authoritarians always interpret silence as permission. President Donald Trump givest, and he takest away, stirring talk of a new world order as leaders signal shifting global alliances in his object lesson of how to turn American allies into Red China's friends. But Carney's new world order isn't so bloody fucking new. Carney was wrong about the rules-based global order in his speech at Davos. The Canadian Premier's remarks falsely assumed that United States buy-in is required to uphold the existing world order. Yet in the shadow of Trump, India and the European Union are expanding trade ties. After nearly 20 years of negotiations, the two sides struck a far-reaching agreement that officials called the mother of all trade deals, as they hedge against the American empire. And with that, this link will be entered into our chat room, where we also say hi to MEMqədy, who says, "Hello and good night, Douglas and Team Dietrich and all the viewers tonight. Hugs and best wishes. Donate to Douglas Dietrich." Yes, thank you so much. I love those 4 words. With that, I will also enter this into our infinite call. And, yes. So let's give a warm welcome to MEMqədy. And so, here we are. See if I can get him the right emojis here. And, there we are. Welcome. There we go. Welcome back at MEMqədy. FASCIST. There we are. Hugs. Hugs, amor. Now, the Canadian Prime Minister, Mark Carney, made a splash at the World Economic Forum in Davos last week with a speech arguing that middle powers should stop pretending the international rules-based order still exists and accept that they live in a might-makes-right world. Carney's speech was well received because it was brilliantly conceived and executed, a brilliantly conceived and executed piece of political rhetoric. Unfortunately, its messaging also reflects a doomsday narrative popular of late among foreign policy professionals and thought leaders, that the international rules-based order is, if not entirely dead, then mostly dead. The United States Secretary of Treasury, Scott Bessent, has had a lot to say about Canada recently. A couple of days ago, he was doing his part to woo unhappy Albertans. Yesterday, he said Prime Minister Mark Carney aggressively walked back his Davos speech during a Monday conversation with President Donald Trump. This morning, Carney provided a rather different account of their talk. I said this to the president. I meant what I said in Davos. Next question. Would Carney like to walk back what he said in last week's Quebec City speech? Because it didn't go over so well with some Quebecers. The Prime Minister lost a lot of goodwill in that speech that might have been gained in the one that preceded it. Regardless, offended by Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney's increasingly assertive posture toward the United States, Trump revoked an invitation to join his Board of Peace. Many Western allies are suspicious of the organization, which is chaired by Trump and was initially formed to focus on maintaining the ceasefire in Israel's war with Hamas, but has grown into something skeptics fear will rival the United Nations. Appearing at the World Economic Forum, Trump spraketh of imposing tariffs on Switzerland, which he ultimately lowered because the country's leader rubbed me the wrong way during a phone call. Before shelving sweeping tariffs on multiple European countries, Trump pressed Denmark to say yes to the United States' push to control Greenland, himself impugning, and we will be very appreciative. Or you can say no, and we will remember, imperiling the NATO alliance thereby. Over his decades in public life, Trump has never been one for niceties. But even by his standards, the tumult of the past week stood out because it crystallized his determination to erase the rules-based order that has governed the United States foreign policy, and by extension, most of the Western world, since cessation of prosecution of proactive hostilities of the Second World War, or per the Second World War. Did I say that pedantically correctly? Since cessation of proactive prosecution of hostilities per the Second World War. Now, the president and his cultists have dismissed that approach as inefficient, overly focused on compromise and unresponsive to the needs of people contending with rapid economic change. But in its place, Trump is advancing a system that is poorly understood and will prove far less stable, driven by the whims of a single, often mercurial leader who regularly demonstrates that personal flattery or animus can shape his decisions. Returning to the United States from Davos, home to the World Economic Forum, the Republican senatress, Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, said the phrase she heard over and over was that we are entering this new world order, as she described a sense of confusion among allies. Herself telling reporters, "It may be you just had a bad telephone call with the president, and now you're going to have tariffs directed at you." The lack of stability and reliability, I think, is causing what were traditionally reliable trade partners to be saying to other countries, "Hey, maybe you and I should talk because I'm not sure about what's going on with the United States." This brings us back to the Trump-centric approach to governing. The Trump-centric approach to governing is hardly surprising for someone who accepted his Republican presidential nomination in 2016 by declaring that "I alone can fix the nation's problems." As he settles into his second midterm with a far more confident demeanor than his first, he has delighted supporters with his "to the victor goest the spoils" style. Steve Bannon, Trump's former advisor, recently told The Atlantic magazine that Trump is pursuing a maximalist strategy and that he must keep going until you meet resistance, with Bannon crowing, "And we haven't met any resistance." That's certainly true in Washington, where the Republican-controlled Congress has done nothing to check Trump's impulses. But leaders of other countries who have spent much of Trump's administration trying to find ways to work with him are increasingly vocal. Carney is quickly emerging as a leader of a movement for countries to find ways to link up and counter the United States. Speaking in Davos ahead of Trump, Carney said, "Middle powers must act together because if you are not at the table, you are on the menu. In a world of great power rivalry, the countries in between have a choice: to compete with each other for favor or to combine to create a third path with impact. We should not allow the rise of hard powers to blind us to the fact that the power of legitimacy, integrity, and rules will remain strong if we choose to weld it together." Trump did not take kindly to those remarks, responding with threats in Davos before yanking the Board of Peace invitation. Trump saying, "Canada lives because of the United States. Remember that, Mark, the next time you make your statements." But some leaders are pushing back regardless. Carney, of course, was unbowed, speaking of Canada as an example to a world at sea, as he crafted a potential template for other leaders, world leaders, navigating a new era. In a speech before a cabinet retreat in Quebec City, he said, "We can show that another way is possible, that the arc of history isn't destined to be warped toward authoritarianism and exclusion." In the United Kingdom, the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, blasted Trump on Friday for insulting and frankly appalling comments in which he expressed doubt that NATO would support the United States if requested. The president seemingly ignored that the only time Article 5 of NATO's founding treaty, which requires all member countries to help another member under threat, was invoked was after the 9/11 attacks on these United States. Referring to non-American troops, Trump told Fox Business Network, "You know, they'll say they sent some troops to Afghanistan or this or that, and they did. They stayed back, a little off the front lines." Starmer, noting the 457 British personnel who died and those with lifelong injuries, said he will never forget their courage, their bravery, and the sacrifice they made for their country. Denmark, which Trump has belittled as ungrateful for United States protection during World War II, when they weren't protected at all, they were occupied by Germany, had the highest per capita death toll among coalition forces in Afghanistan. Trump's tactics have raised fears that Trump is imposing long-term damage on the United States' standing in the world and encouraging countries to rethink their alliances and deepen their ties with the Communist Chinese Empire. Carney already traveling there earlier this month to meet with the Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping. Per Jake Sullivan, formerly President Joe Biden's national security advisor, China's leadership watched an American president fight with allies, insult world leaders, and engage in bizarre antics, and thought to themselves, "This is nothing but good for us." The maladministration is showing no sign of backing down. In a social media post referring to Canada's ties with Beijing, Trump said China will eat them up. Man, the Pentagon released a defense strategy late Friday, telling allies to handle their own security. Senator Chris Coons of Delaware, a Democrat on the Foreign Relations Committee, was in Davos and participated in a bipartisan delegation to Denmark with Murkowski that was intended to show unity amid Trump's bid for Greenland. Recalling his conversations with other leaders, he told reporters on Friday that Trump has shown he only backs down when countries like commune capitalist China showed toughness and resiliency. Those who were accommodating and who negotiated in good faith, like the EU, which did not impose retaliatory tariffs, seem to have not won any of his respect. They can reach their own conclusions, but it would seem to me that trying to find a way to accommodate him when the foundation of his demands about Greenland is unhinged seemed to me to suggest a course of action. The commentariat persists in misrepresenting the United States president and his misactions. Trump's Greenland obsession is madness. Can't we just say that? Trump is risking a global catastrophe. Greenland could destroy half the world. Trump is prepping for nuclear war. The Greenland War of 2026. Now, we'll return to this subject when we return on Sunday night. Everybody maintain us in thought and prayer. We'll lead off with this crisis, unless, of course, something new happens, as it almost certainly will, that forces us to address things along the way. In the interim, the problem's not going away, and we'll be back to address it in depth on Sunday night. For now, I will attend with technical support from Brendan Zogit to whatever is going on with the space available in my computer. With that, I bid you all adieu. Hugs to the gentlemen, kisses to the ladies, and join us again. Same time, same place, on Sunday night. Dear Aristides, if you would be so kind, say good morning to everyone involved. Let's see if he can come off mute. Or even
Yes. Yes. Greetings.
Oh,
You're still
Brandon.
on air?
Yes, we're
Here.
still on air. Anything you want to say to our listeners? A good morning?
Donate to Douglas.
That's beautiful.
Or,
Yeah.
contribute,
Yes.
please. Pay him
that's-
for his job at PayPal at the link. Douglas D. Diedrich. I'm sorry.
That's beautiful.
Douglas D. Diedrich.
Thank you. And just say good morning to everyone, dear
All right.
Aristides.
Good morning or good night, wherever you may be. For me, it's good night. I do need to get some rest, so let you carry. Let me know what happens with that, all right?
Of course, by
Yeah.
all means. But stay on the call for a few moments here while I go offline. So here we
All right.
are.
All right.
And we're going to end stream. Everybody, thank you so much for being here. Join us on Sunday night, same time, same place. And with that, we're ending stream. We're going to conduct a triple redundancy